Enter the green. Oh no, this is complete. Active. Enter the Greenway. Find Ashton. Ashton is the. I need my notes again. All right. I think Ashton is. Who's Ashton? Ashton is Ankita's. Not pilot, crew, ex-crew, and who sabotaged her ship, took the ship mind, probably sold it, and escaped into the junkyard. I still don't know his motives behind it all, but I'm hoping we'll find out. We gave Emphas the caps last time, so he be cooking, and I believe he's cooking. Where is he cooking? He's done cooking. Well, Emphas, we're gonna start there then. Hello, Emphas. Good morning, Emphas. I wonder in space whether there's any concept of morning, right? They don't even call it a day anymore. They call it a cycle, because time is a human construct. All right, Emphas. And there we go. I wanted the music to come on. Emphas is preparing the Jarrell caps. He has had to heavily adapt this recipe, he says, but the smell is already incredible. It emanates from a strange purplish white bulb you have never seen before, and he's slicing it finely. He brushes and slices the mushroom and then places them in the wok with the sliced bulb and the oil. They caramelize there in that well-worn crucible. He adds liquids, transparent and opaque, and then turns down the heat. A sprinkle of leaves is the final touch. Gosh, I love this guy. All right. We have a moment, Sleeper. He smiles. Do you have a story? Nothing in the scent of the food gives you a feeling of nostalgia. Oh, something in the scent of the food gives you a feeling of nostalgia. Something distant, melancholic. It seems like the story should match the feeling somehow, and maybe you will feel better for telling it. Recall your oldest memories. You start by explaining that when you're emulated from a person, many of your memories are left behind. Perhaps it is an intentional part of the process, a way of keeping sleepers ignorant and malleable. Or perhaps it is a side effect of the imperfect emulation. You admit that you don't really know. What you do know is that some memories survive, and that on occasion they come back to you, like shadows passing overhead. You detail one recurring memory, which, despite returning to you with enough regularity for you to think it familiar, always fades as quickly as it arrives. You struggle to explain the feeling of being whole for a moment that comes with this memory. You struggle to explain the feeling of being whole for a moment that comes with this memory, and then how that wholeness slips away to leave you feeling like you have forgotten something important, but just can't bring it to mind. Emphas nods throughout, cooking as he does with deft and skillful movements. You start to trail off when you realize you can't find the words to explain how the memories you do have feel like both yours and someone else's at the same time, and how that always fills you with a certain sadness. The sadness of remaining forever unknown, even to yourself. Emphas finishes cooking and meets your eye. I'm sorry, sleeper, for your troubles. He puts the wok to one side. I appreciate you sharing with me, he smiles. I hope it lightens you a little. I love that. I'm gonna use that line sometime in the future. That's beautifully put. He passes you a bowl, and heaps the jewels into it, their yellow color mixing with the pale sauce in whorls and blooms. Eat. The dish is delicious, filling. It warms you as you eat in a way you weren't even sure your body could be warmed. It is a small mercy, you think, that as an ARP left you this pleasure. Many of the features of frames are there to simulate human experience. You know that much. Emulated minds cannot be rewired, so their need for embodied experience must be met. That is why you breathe even when you do not need air. Without that simulation, the sensation of drowning would be unbearable. Food serves another purpose. Your frame is able to metabolize it to produce energy from the raw material. Vitamins and minerals are excess, of course. Your frame only needs raw power, so much is wasted. And yet, while you eat this food and feel that warmth, nothing feels wasted. It all means something to you. As you finish, Emphas takes the bowl, the last of his cleaning. He smiles at you, and neither of you feel the need to say anything more. Those are my favorite moments. Oh my gosh. When there's that moment of connection and understanding and no words needs to be said. Instead, you simply exchange nods and walk your separate ways back into the bright market, somehow changed. Oh, thank you for the follow, Scary Sloth. Welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. Beautiful. Emphas, my favorite boy. What is going on? Oh, we can order fungus. Oh, no, that's just cheaper. Matsutake broth. Emphas mentions an old recipe for matsutake broth. All he needs are 2 handfuls of matsutake caps, freshly sourced. Well, you guess what? We are growing mushrooms. So we're just gonna be the farmer. Coming in to show some love from Vericious. Appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome in. Oh my god, I love this music. It seems like we're just bringing Emphas different mushrooms for him to cook for us and then for us to share our stories with him. I love it. All right, so we be cooking mushrooms then. I could join the Haifa commune. Win a sidereal ticket. Work for Rabaya. Let's see. Alright, let's head up from here and then go back into the Greenway. The mushroom is growing. I still need to figure out how to plant the seed. A seed you need to find somewhere safe to plant this gift. But it is not here, apparently, in the aviary. Though I had previously thought it might be there. We're tracking Ashton here. And then this is the Haifa commune. Oh, that's right. We're full, so we don't need to work in the canteen. I guess we could work on the grow beds. Hopefully that will help. There we go. Start action. All right, one more, and I guess we could refresh. Oh, phenomenal rules. Phenomenal rules. I guess it doesn't really matter. Let's keep to that. All right. We made a commune. The Steam achievement is communist. Well, that's okay. Hyperdorn. Ooh. Does that mean that we have a new place to stay? Self-repair, but this one doesn't have the stray. This one just has repair and sunbathe. Okay. Nico, head of the Haifa Botany. Oh, I like this lady already. It's just very comfortable. The baggy plans, the, I don't know, knitted top. You head down into the Haifa compound, following a blue painted line that is labeled laboratories. The member you were assigned to work with told you they'd asked to see you, but you still have no idea what about. The line takes you to a blue door, and through to a glass-roofed chamber where a network of stems and leaves filters the sunlight coming through the ceiling, casting the whole chamber in a strange yellow-green. Peaceful, isn't it? Distracted by the green, you missed the woman standing at a lab bench, camouflaged by the dapple light. Welcome to my sanctuary, she smiles. Come, let's talk, she says and beckons you closer. Who are you? Of course, my apologies. She offers a hand to shake. I'm Nico, and I run the botany program at Haifa. What is Haifa? Hilarious, right? We're like, what is Haifa? And we've put in the work to join the commune. She looks surprised. You've been working in the compound for a while now. I'm surprised you don't know more. I mean, we're just doing everything that is available to do in the world. She lifts a tiny sample jar. Yellow spores dance inside. Haifa lives off the land of the Greenway. It's what allows us to live like we do. No one here pays or is paid. We sleep here, we feed each other, and we work for each other. Nico walks away from the bench and waves for you to follow. She opens a small door and leads you down a glass corridor surrounded by vivid green. All this, she says, gesturing at the overgrowth, is a kind of miracle. She looks at you with bright eyes. What do you think usually happens for plants on stations like this when they're abandoned? They die? You're gonna hire me just to read you books. Thank you, I appreciate it. Eventually, yes. They cannot live without intervention. She leads you left at a crossroads, but here they endured. She smiles to herself. Actually, no, they thrived. You look at the bright tendrils wrapped around the metal frames of the corridor. They look dominant, strong, like they're taking control of this place. Foreshadowing? Potentially? Miko continues. Of course, Solheim tried to create a stable biosphere here, patchworking the surface with gardens and algae tanks that feed into a network of microbial reclamation systems. But the Greenway was always envisioned as extractive, a place from which the harvest is removed and sold to those living on the station, not a closed loop. For this reason, when the collapse came, the Greenway should have gone with it. Erland himself was so convinced of it that his first colony never even came here to try to reclaim it. The Eye instead relied on outside favors and influences, shipments from the inner system, and a small-scale agriculture systems like kelp and fungal farm stacks. Okay. I see. Dang, I think this is going to be my final resting place once we've done everything we could with the Eye. So, Sloth, if you don't mind me calling you that, or you can let me know how you want to be referred to. We are in space, obviously, and we are a emulated mind in a android body. And, you know, we don't have a lot of memories. We had when we arrived, barely any resources to our name. And we're just trying to survive and make a living on the space station. Okay, Sloth is good. Good, I'll keep that in mind. And, yeah, I mean, we were just trying to make it to the next day at the beginning. And now that we have enough resources we have a certain amount of resources under our belt. And we're building relationships with people on the station, which I personally really love. That's one of the greatest joys of the game. And that, by talking to people, we're learning that there are tension in the ship and controversies and, different societies and organizations like this one. This is the Hi-Fi Botany. And they occupy a part of the ship. And, we're faced with choices as to we could consider living and staying on the space station, or we have opportunities to sorry, I live on a busy street. We have opportunities to get on a spaceship and go elsewhere in search for a different opportunity, right? And so generally my take thus far is I'm going to try and stay on a station because there hasn't been like one particular character that I feel extremely attached to. Maybe Emphas, the mushroom person just now. But, no one that I would leave the station with. So we're just going through it. It's a pretty chill game. It does have it is a critique on capitalism, I would say. Not as sort of direct of a critique, but it is a critique on late stage capitalism. So it's a very interesting game with wonderful writing and absolutely beautiful music. Yeah, if it sounds like your cup of tea, I hope you enjoy it. It's been fun. Okay. And yet here we are, among growth and decay, a biosphere flourishing. When Haifa came here, we expected to find only vacuum-dried stalks and leaves, and perhaps some fungal colonies hidden in the mulch. But we found a jungle. With this, Rico hits a button on the wall and leads you through the large pair of double doors into a huge, impossible chamber. It's every kind of green, from the pale algae tanks to the dark vines that surround them. It is wet too, a rarity on the eye. Condensation clouds the light from high glass roof and gathers on the shiny, broad leaves of the shrubs. Green is my favorite color, and one of my favorite sort of optical things to look at is light shining through leaves. I think there's an incredible beauty in like the translucency of that, and like when you get to see like the yellow and the green through the leaves. And so this is speaking to me. This is great. How? That is exactly our question. Rico turns to you, visibly excited by the room you're both standing in. It doesn't make sense, but in many ways the system has stabilized. Unlike the farm stacks closer to the gap who needs input to support their meager output, this place runs itself. Perhaps Solheim managed something new here. Perhaps they tweaked the plants or built new systems buried deep below us. Or perhaps their collapse caused some fortunate cascade, an unlikely chemical reaction within the biosphere. That's what I'd like you to help me find out. She turns to you, her forehead wet with dew. Aren't you the botanist? Astutely noticed, but I don't need a botanist. Rico sits on a railing. These halls run deep, Sleeper, and I'm getting old. She stamps her foot on the metal grating of the walkway. Whatever is causing this, it's to be found in the groves deep in the Greenway. Haifa won't spare anyone for an expedition. It's too dangerous and unnecessary, they say. I can make the case, but I can't get the votes. You sleepers are hardy beings, I know that much, and you can speak to the eye, uncover its secrets in ways I never can. She holds out an arm so you can help her stand. Bring me samples, spores, seeds, and blooms. I can grow them in the lab and study them. The deeper they are found, the better. I will try. Thank you, she smiles. And thank you for listening. Rico leads you back out of the huge chamber and up through the passages. She's a little slower now and stumbles on the steps. You help her where you can. It's good to have new blood in the commune, she says. Many of us have been here a long time and few come through. She settles back at her bench in the lab, stretching her legs. You go to leave. Come back if you find something, Sleeper, she calls. There are discoveries to be made. And you follow the blue line back up, out the compound, all the time thinking of that impossible, magical green. I love that. I love that so much. Okay, so we can deliver spores. Oh, well, there you go. You can have one. Rico has asked for samples of spores from the deep groves of the Greenway. With them, she might better understand how this biosphere functions. Spore study. Rico needs spores to study the strangely resilient biosphere that has formed around the Greenway. How is this place thriving? Here you go, take one. And hopefully, I think there are ways to get more down here, right? Mushroom groves? Yeah. Condition, energy, +2 growth store. Oh, this is draw caps. I think we'll just go with this then. Did Rico need 2 or does she need 4? She needs 3. Okay. There we go. That's everything she needs. One more. There we go. Upgrades available. I have 1 upgrade point. Okay. I mean, we don't. We need either 2 or 3 points, right? To be able to upgrade for now. What to do? Farm stacks. Steal the harvest? I could thieve. Yes, I could. Oh. Rico. Sleeper. Rico greets you without so much as looking up from her work. I have some of yours here. Come see. She beckons you over to a heavyweight-looking console, wired to a series of specimen jars, some of which contain your spores. Where'd you get this? This, would you believe, she smiles, was a Solheim Council built to analyze the nutrient contents of the Greenway crop. Haifa have been using these for decades now, although sometimes they need a little tender care. You look at the machine, patched with whole offcuts, the gaps between which reveal a tangled wow. Blech. Let's start over again. You look at the machine, patched with whole offcuts, the gaps between which reveal a tangled nest of wiring. If you're honest, it looks like it has received a lot of care. The spores you have here are a real cocktail, a selection of types from within the groves. But I've been able to isolate a few. She taps one of the specimen jars. Here, we have Tricholoma, I think. Here we have Tricholoma matsutake. Rico breezes through the Latin and Japanese pronunciation as if it was nothing. A species Solheim somewhat modified for use on the station. She brings up a panel on her console showing the chemical composition, all gradiented bars and obtuse acronyms. This is the composition of the Solheim modified matsutake spores. Am I supposed to understand that? Not entirely, no, but I think you'll understand this. Rico brings up another panel, identical in layout, but with wildly different colors and numbers. You see, this is what your matsutake spores look like. They aren't the same? That's the conclusion, yes. Rico glances at the specimen jar as if it might have something to add. They are fundamentally the same spores, but they carry different chemicals, different signals. She leans back and sighs. Solheim may have introduced their own tweaked versions in the beginning, but the groves have, and still are, affecting them. Affecting them how? It's hard to tell without samples of fully grown mushrooms. She meets your eye. And herein lies our problem. She moves to another desk where 2 trays sit side by side. The first contains nothing but plant mulch. The second you smell before you even look at it. the pungent aroma of the fruiting matsutake like rotting, sodden overalls, laced with an edge of spice. The matsutake here are grown from Solheim stalks, pulled from a spore vault in this complex, she winks. They're delicious, by the way. She sets them aside. The empty tray is germinated with the spores you collected. No activity, no germination, nothing. But the groves are full. Yes, they are. Riko looks at you directly, and you suddenly realize how much she is enjoying this. So here's our puzzle, sleeper. Spores from the groves won't grow in the lab. Well, joke's on you, I already started a mushroom farm. But gathering fruiting bodies from the groves is too unpredictable. We need to grow a fruiting body from some of these spores so we can track it, understand it. In short, I need you to become my mushroom farmer. But we're already emphasis mushroom farmer. Actually, I already started. Rika looks impressed. Well, an eager mycologist. I never had guessed. I assume you set yourself up in the aviary. I've been eyeing that place up for its proximity to the groves. Bring me whatever grows, not just matsutake. There's more than a couple of variants in there, so I'll need plenty of samples. She plucks a matsutake cap from the tray. These little things are reflections of their conditions, their smell, their taste, their chemistry. It all derives from the conditions of their growth. She smells the cap. Enough of these, and we'll have a picture of what is happening here, of the ways in which this biosphere is modifying itself or being modified, whichever the case may be. Riko pops the matsutake cap in her mouth, taking you by surprise. And don't worry, sleeper, she says while softly chewing. If this turns out to be a dead end, I'll make sure that not a single mushroom will go to waste. I like her a lot. Okay. She's in the lab. We're growing mushrooms. She wants mushrooms, but also Emphas wants mushrooms. I also think we need to somehow get Lamb and Mina out. So maybe we use this to... Yeah. We use our last eye to build the Sidereal Horizon, which is a, No, I don't think we need to, actually. Let's go back up. I think we haven't really looked around in the hub, so we could go here. Energy. Yeah. Excellent. We'll come back another day, I guess. Oh, what is this? Gimbal Lounge. Spacebar. I like that wording. Spacebar. Buy a spacer meal. The gimbal sells itself on its spinning sphere, which claims to produce therapeutic gravitational effects. It doesn't, but they sell food. Okay, so just a food place? Alright, let's go back down. We'll end the day. Yeah, we'll end the day because there's nothing else to do, and we'll feed the stray. Hold on. Is the ship back? The ship is back, so we can buy scraps. Alright, let's buy scraps. I'm gonna buy some scrap. Please. Wow, we got a ship mine fragment out of that. Nice. This is like a gacha game. Okay. So I think we can then fix ourselves into stable tonight. Yeah. So let's go here. We feed the stray because we always do. And hoping that the kitty cat would come to us, but it hasn't. Fix ourselves, and we fix ourselves. There we go. So we should be back at 5 dice tomorrow again. Let's end the cycle. What's going on now? Yes, we have 5 dice, which is great. Not a bad hand. Is there anything in the data? Well, I don't think we need ship mine for anything still yet, right? What is this? Oh, this is the build. I mean, we might as well build a little bit here. Because we want to get, yeah, we want to let Mina and Lamb get a ticket. Alright. And then we have a 6. What is this? Havenage offices. Right, we can sell data and stuff, right? Havenage data, fragmented supply. Fragment supply. 1 ship mine fragment for how much? How much are you selling me? I mean, paying for it. Oh, they're out. Okay. And Kita? What's going on in Kita? No, Kita is gone. Overlook bar. Oh, we can be a regular here. Should we just go drink for a little bit? Let's drink for a little bit. It heals us for 1, and then it heals us for another. I mean, fullness. Which is great. What does being a regular get us? Overlook, a favored haunt for spacers. The glass shatters on the steel bar beside you, and the taunt doesn't take long to follow. Hey, Haunt! The spacer calls across the low room. What are you doing here? He laughs at his own lame joke. Playing human? Ignore him. You hunch a little further, staring at the hundreds of tiny impact points that scars... Oh. Staring at the hundreds of tiny impact points that scar the bar's surface. A hand falls on your shoulder, but as you flinch away, it pats reassuringly. You freeze in place. Which old friends is this? That's a new person, Tala. Alright, I need to add to my notes. We just met Rico. And then we also just met Tala. Tala is owner of the Overlook. And then Rico was Haifa botanist. Click, click. Yeah. I don't know. When I started the game today, I was like, okay, we're probably like very close to finishing. And then the game's like, I think not. Here are 2 new people you haven't met and 2 more quest lines that you haven't done. Here you go. She's cool though. Look at that arm. Dang, girl. I really love the character designs that they have. The rags and the patched knees, and she has a little bit of silver. Out. The voice comes from behind you, spat out like a shot. You turn to see bright eyes, dark hair, and a stare that could breach the wall and vent you all into hard vacuum. As you turn back to the spacer, the second glass comes sailing through air. Let's try it. Catch. You reach up a hand and the glass shatters across your forearm, showering you in fragments. Through the haze of glass and drill vapor, you see Tala leap the bar and close the distance to the spacer. The thud as he slams into the wall echoes around the bar like thunder. Now flanked by other figures, quick to their feet, Tala throws the spacer out through the door and stands silhouetted against the rotunda lights. You touch your arm and it feels wet. Are we bleeding? Someone helps you to your feet and back onto your stool. Broken glass rattles as it is cleared and a fresh measure of drill is glugged out in front of you. That same hand, warm, heavy, falls on your shoulder once more. He isn't coming back. We don't tolerate that kind of shit here. Tala flops onto the stool beside you. Let's get a look at you. Tala wipes the powdered glass from around the wound and someone places a bottle of alcohol and a metal tin with tweezers on the bar. She disinfects them and then turns to you. That was an ambitious catch. Yes, it was. I'm sorry. I should have just ducked. She smiles, pulling a sliver of glass from your forearm. Ooh, stupid, but ambitious. You don't feel the pain, only the string of status messages your body delivers concerning dermal damage and exposed structures. You do feel the care, though, as Tala's bright eyes search your thick synthetic skin. As Tala's bright eyes search your thick synthetic skin for splinters. Watch her. Tala works with the skill of someone who has had to pick glass splinters from the skin of a stranger before. She hones in on each bright shard, all the time tapping the tweezer tips in little rhythms that only she can follow. She smiles to herself. So you've been on the eye long? Long enough. She laughs. Hey, you don't need to act tough with me. Okay. A splinter clinks into the tin. Not everyone is like that idiot. We don't all hate you. She glances around. Some of the regulars, maybe they fear you, but they're just curious. Oh, maybe they fear you. Maybe they're just curious. I don't know. I do know that the Overlook is a safe place. So, interestingly, we haven't actually encountered this ourselves directly until now, but one of the promises in this game that I forgot who gave it to us? Maybe it was Sabine, the doctor? I think it was Sabine, the doctor. She had mentioned that the eye treats sleepers like second-grade citizens, or not even citizens at all, right? And I think that's sort of the brilliance of the name of the game comes in that we are a sleeper, and we're not trying to, but I think through our actions and through building relationships, we ultimately become a citizen as like I not like legally, but we become someone who is deep rooted and live in this place like a citizen. So it had been hinted at us that there's a lot of judgments, and because we are not even like registered on records, and sleepers are, for the lack of a better term, we were corporate property, as you can imagine, of SNRP. And what comes with that is just people treat us like things, not people. And the ironic piece of that is the corporations, as we saw in previous chapters and streams, that they treat everyone, regardless of status, whether or not they're a sleeper or human flesh, right, as resources. So, again, the critique. And there's very little care as to the basic human respect and dignity in that regard. Anyway, just a thought. Interesting. But the Overlook is a safe place. Tala, I feel like I should have came here earlier and drank a little more. I know what it's like to be new in this place, trust me. She meets your eye. I'm not trying to convince you of anything or separate you from your chits. I just want you to know that if you need somewhere, you can always come here. How sweet. I know the rations we've got aren't much, and the company is, she leans in, limited. But if you need work, I'll happily put you behind a bar, and if you need shelter, well, we can discuss that. Wait, housing? Really? Employee housing? I should have come here earlier. What the heck? Who knew drinking would lead us to more things and more resources? All right. You'll be safe. I usually have Francis on the door, but he's up in the Greenway this cycle. Francis? Okay, we should probably add that to the list. Probably a bouncer of sorts. Francis. But he is up in the Greenway this cycle, haggling with our supplier. Francis tends to be particular about what we serve, even if the clientele isn't. She places her tweezers in the tin with a clink. That's you, sleeper. Here? She slides the glass of Jarrell to you. This will help. She stops, her hand still on the glass. Wait, does this help? I mean, can you get drunk? I mean, one way to find out, right? She laughs. Just don't sit here too long. I'd hate to see you become a real regular. She walks back around the bar, gathering the glasses as she does, and before long is retelling how she threw the spacer out to a new group that just wandered in, complete with dramatic actions. She gestures in your direction and you instinctively look away. back to the worn surface of the bar. You take a sip of the Durell. The earthly fungal tones fill your senses, almost blocking out sight and sound, like diving headfirst into a bog. You may not be able to get drunk, but this connection to something grown, something fermented, something old, feels good. I like it. Nice. Okay, so we can come and work a bar shift. Very cool. Emphas still wants mushrooms, which is fine. I feel like there isn't much more out of the dispensary, right? By this point? Yeah, there isn't. Word exchange, or fabricator, tea house, Mingy Express, low ends. Oh, low ender. Well, we should finish this. What is this? What is this trying to get us to do? Oh, well, we need to play Tavla. The clack of filter caps can be heard in every concourse in the low end, as the residents play rotating rounds of this game of cryo. We gamble, basically, is what you're telling me. All right, we gamble. We gamble. Let's go. You duel with a sharp-eyed teenager, blocking each other with careful moves. You win, and the crowd chatters, clearly impressed. All right. Let's go. Now we've made ourselves known in the low end, right? Caster, curious data fence. Data fence. You cross between two walls of units, one of the cavernous streets at the end of the low end. The pressurized bridge is full of clack of tavla, the shouts of children, the war of air filters. Dang, Caster. Who you? Maybe I need to write this down. Caster. We're meeting like a lot of new people today. I don't... Sleeper, you turn to see a man sitting at a tavla table alone, somehow untouched by the hustle and bustle of the people around. He gestures to a stool on the opposite side of the table. Sit. We sit. Yep. You sit at a metal stool and he starts setting out the board with counters, or at least the filter caps low-enders typically use in their place. Caster, he says by way of introduction, looking over his glasses. Night or day? He asks, gesturing at the caps, crudely sprayed with white and black. Day. He rotates the board so the white caps are in front of you. Let's begin. You take a plastic die each, pitted and worn, and roll to determine who starts. Caster rolls 6, you're a 4. I lead. He smiles and begins to move his first cap precisely along the board. Play passes back and forth between you, the dice changing hands as the caps spread along the board. As it does, Caster speaks, eyes not leaving the caps. It is unusual to see a sleeper on the eye. That's why I wanted to play you. You take your turn, rolling a 5 and a 6. YOLO, we play aggressively. After all, a sleeper's mind must be somehow different to a human one. Being emulated, I mean. As Caster talks, you target his counters, halting his progress but exposing your caps as you do. I don't mean to offend you, Castor meets your eye. I merely see that you are by definition different. What has been subtracted in the emulation? What has been added? He stacks a wall of counters, a boundary you must break. He hands you the dice. Do you ever think about this, Sleeper? About what you were before and what you are now? Always. Oh, shit. You roll a double 1 and solidify your wall. Castor whistles. The holding game? Commendable. It can be brave to build from what came before. He rolls the dice and leaps your wall in a single move, but we cannot idle too long, Sleeper. The slower we move, the sooner we're caught. What are you trying to say, and who are you? The past you is not just an idea, a concept for you. It is a living, breathing person. He looks up over his glasses, his eyes bright and wide. You slip from them like a shadow slipping. You split from them like a shadow splitting from its caster. They may be sleeping now, yes, but one day they will awake and carry out with their lives, unaware of your fate, no matter what it may be. He hands you the dice, smiling. You're a branch severed from the main trunk, an offshoot who refuses to die, so to speak. You roll again, under pressure now, trying to slip your caps out from under casters before he solidifies control of the game. So what I'm curious about is how you see yourself in all this, Castor asks. What does this tangle of truth make you? Free. Yes, Castor looks away. Through the glass to the crowded units on all sides. I can see that. Your life as an escapee was never meant to happen, and yet here we are. He starts removing caps, his home board now full. Your life is an offshoot. It can go anywhere from here. What a change of the emotions, of sort of the tone of this game. It was so hopeless, and now it's like the world is your oyster. You can go anywhere and do anything. You try a few more rolls, attempting to get back in the game, but Castor clears his home board with a sense of the inevitable. He has known he was winning for a while. I feel I may have pushed too far. He slides another cap from the board. I apologize. My curiosity has a habit of getting the better of me. You roll to return a cap to the board, but all of the spaces are blocked. Castor clasps his hands apologetically. You play well, really. Your weakness is not your game. He smiles warmly. We have much to learn from each other. He slides his glasses back up his nose and sits back. I feel we could share knowledge, ideas, perhaps even data. Oh gosh. His eyes glint with that last word. To our mutual benefit. He slides his final cap from the board. It is over, he has won. I'll see. Please, I don't want to make you uncomfortable. He holds up his palms. My intention is only to help you endure here, and if I'm able, feed my curiosities. The game over, you notice the bustle of the walkway once more, the call of the children, the deliveries, the arguments and reconciliations. They wash over you as you stand and leave, Castor nodding goodbye as you do. Walking the walkway, crossing the walkway, you replay the moves of the game in your mind, looking for an opening as you're sure was there. That was a beautiful encounter. Castor's table. Oh, I can give him Havenage data. What are the old guard up to these days, I wonder? I have a ship mine for you if you'll indulge my curiosity. The stories about Yatagan are brutal, but I want the truth. A vial stabilizer should provide the motivation. Like a whole ship mine, not just fragments? I have 2. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick hydration break, but we will be back in a few minutes to continue the story and finish up the day. I'll see you on the other side. Hello, I'm back. Took me a while this time. I'm back to do some more reading. Alright, let's get going. So we have... Thank you, Linnea. You know what happened? So I got my tea and everything, and then I forgot that I was getting deliveries today. So I occasionally order like ethnic special stuff and for cooking and food and stuff, and I forgot the delivery was coming today, and of course the delivery window that they gave me was like very big, so I wasn't sure when it was coming. And then I was checking my phone and it says, oh, it's here, and it's been down at the, they left a package down at the lobby for the past hour and a half, and some of it is like frozen stuff, so I had to go get it because otherwise it's all gonna melt. And so that's why it took a little longer than usual, but I was glad to hear that music was still playing when I got back. So all right. It was a very important delivery. It had a good... I was running low on my selection of soy sauces, and so I had to get it refilled, and it was very important for my cooking. All right, Sidereal Hole. I think we should reroll. That's probably not a bad roll. Selection of soy sauces. Yeah, so I do a lot of like a Chinese, Japanese, and Korean cooking on my own a lot. And so in Chinese cooking, and I think it's very similar in like Japanese and Korean, in that like, you should have a staple of two different soy sauces. One is for color and one is for saltiness. So in Mandarin, it's like, well, I guess the transliteration of the two different kind of soy sauces from Mandarin is like, it's fresh soy sauce versus like aged soy sauce. The aged one is usually lower in flavor. Well, it is. It's not lower in flavor, I should say. It's lower in like the saltiness, but it does great with adding color. It does great with adding like a depth of flavor, whereas like the fresh soy sauce is what you think of regularly with soy sauce, like the normal kind of soy sauce. It's salty, it's it does add color, but it's not like color. And then I usually have like a kelp soy sauce for my Japanese cooking. It's great in soups if you want to do like stews, or like a light, radish broth and things like that. So that one I like to have on hand as well. And of course there are various flavors of soy sauces that you could add, right? So yeah, I do have a selection of soy sauces, and I was running low on pretty much all of them, and this was a very critical delivery for me. Ah, Sidereal Horizon. All right. Gotta get La Mamina out of here, I think. Okay, we're quarter of the way there. I guess we gotta keep building. I find this to be really interesting, that a sidereal assembly there isn't like a passive clock that goes. Because it almost seems like we're the only one building the freaking ship. Can't be us, right? Alright, let's go back to bed. We might need... I have a fragment, but where can I get a ship part? I know of fabricators to make a ship mine, but can I buy a component? I can't. Got to be kidding me. Let's see how much they give us. Or maybe I should hold on to it. Maybe I should hold on to it. Just in case. If I need a ship mine in the future or something. Because I'm not running low on money. I think this is... Yeah, this is... They're coming back. And the freight is more like... So where can I get scraps? Reliably? There doesn't seem to be a way to get scraps reliably, though. Alright, well... Let's go home and sleep. Feed the cat. Stray fat. And cycle. And cycle, and cycle. Not a bad roll, especially I haven't visited a data realm in a very long time. I don't know what's down here. Havenage agent, Havenage agent, Yatagan agent, Yatagan agent. And that's it, right? Do any of you take a 1? You do. You take a 1. Alright, let's start here. And then this is Havenage, right? It's 2 or 3. This is also Havenage. 2 or 3. Wait. Okay. 1 or 3. Should have used the 3 last time on these. That's okay. All right. I guess maybe let's go over to the Greenway. I forgot how long it takes for us to finish growing our mushrooms. How are the mushrooms going? Oh, 1 more cycle. Okay. Any data traces? There's no data traces that we can do here. What does the waste do? Gather scrap. Oh. Okay. Well, that's important for us then. This is the perfect place to do that then. Out here at the edge of the habitable parts of the eye, everything is scrap. The trick is finding components that are still usable and staying safe. So I think we need 2 scrap components. And then we can come back tomorrow and get another scrap component. But I think the more important thing for us to do right now is to go back and start working for Rabia. because I'm curious. Well, no, there's the Overlook regular, right? Like we could finish that one up. Oh, that's a lot. That is a lot. Good service. With a 4 though. Maybe we go work for Rabia a little bit just to see what she's up to. I don't really want to make a choice between Havenage and Yatagan before we have a chance to work for Rabia. Just because I'm concerned about selling data to people as well with what's his face? Castor just now. Okay, so we can patrol the wards. I mean, you know what I want to do. We're gonna go with that one, of course. Perfect. Scrap component, Yatagan Insider. Then I think we should forget about the waste for now. We should do this instead. And we can get the scrap components to heal ourselves and keep to 5 die action every day. That would be important. Let's see. Oh, wrong. Over here. Yeah, I think we need to do 2 today, and then we can save the 3rd one for tomorrow so that we remain at stable. Let's end cycle, and then we can go eat tomorrow at Emphasis Place. We hungry. We're very hungry. All right. Before I forget, let us repair. And then we should leave. Come to Emphas. Pay him to feed us. Oh, Matsutake. Maybe I don't need to. Our mushrooms are ready, right? So, yeah, we have the mushrooms. Oh. The fruiting bodies are appearing. Durels are easy to find, but Matsutake and other stranger types will require extra effort. Take your pick. Okay. That's 2 Matsutake caps. I mean, yes, we should keep going. I kind of want to leave the 6 for... Let's take the 6 and go back to Rabia. Use the 6 there for the scrap component. And then we reroll. 5 and 5. That's good. We'll pick more mushrooms. Let's go. Mushrooms. Oh. Club head caps. Strange, unidentified club shade fruiting bodies. We haven't seen that one before. Neat. This is like a whole adventure. I love this. Yeah? Very nice. Spore catcher. Yes, we are. The aviary. So do we plant? We plant more. Can I plant you? So where can I plant this? All right, let's go back to the grove and let's get more. Eesh, we probably don't want that. Let's cross the room and let's talk to Emphas. Emphas, my dear Emphas. Feed us more, Emphas. Order fungus. No, he wants matsutake broth. Here we go. Emphas mentions an old recipe for matsutake broth. All he needs are 2 handfuls of matsutake caps, freshly sourced. Well, the freshest ones, right? We just picked them. Yeah. And he's gonna take his time cooking. All right, Emphas can cook. That's okay. Cook, Emphas. The freighter is here. I mean, we could buy the ship fragment and see what happens, right? Ship fragment, limited supply. Let's see. How much is Haven's office willing to pay for the ship fragment? Let's sell one. We buy one for 32. They buy it for 30. Forget it. You guys are the worst. The ore exchange is only for selling components. It's not for the mind. And the ore fabricator is to combine 3 fragments into 1. Okay, so we definitely aren't buying fragments then, unless there's a need to. This one is close to done. Perhaps then we see if Mingy will feed us, actually. I don't think there's a good chance for us to get positive. Oh, 25%? No. Let's use the die to get data. I think Yatagon? No. Haven is just the one that takes 2 and 3s. Here we go. So we take that. We leave. And then we'll pay for a meal at Emphasis for today, really quick. Just because. No, he isn't even. Oh my. Okay. Where else can we be fed? At the farmers, I think? Barter for food. Yeah, let's try that. Feed us. And I hope that's a 3. Just 2. Alright, that's okay. Go back home, feed the cat, you know, the usual stuff. Repair the unit. I mean, not repair the unit, we feed the cat. The cat. And we end the cycle. Wow, this roll. Why? Let me do self-repair really quick. Let's reroll. There we go. That's much better. That's more tolerable. Emphasis cooking still. We need to get... Let's work for Rabaya. Where's Rabaya? Let me get the scrap components. +1. Yeah, let's just use the 6. That's okay. For today. thinking. I have various competing priorities. That's the problem right now. Oh my goodness. Let's go back to the ferry. And I think we want the spores. So if we do that, hopefully that'll give us a few spores. That's one spore. Do I need a 6 somewhere? Actually, let's go to the... There we go. Duro caps. Okay. Well, I guess she can have a couple of these. The Matsutake simples. That's 1. It's 2. Who would want the club hat caps? The Haifa commune is just for energy, for them to feed me. I mean, why don't we, right? I see no problem with us. That way we can be full for tomorrow. The waste. Do I want to start tracking Ashton? Perhaps. Let's do that. Nice. Okay. No one can use the 3 somewhere. Just to get more spores. There we go. That's perfect. Because then we can get the spores to start germinating. Oh no, I need 1 more. Yikes. Okay. Cross to rim. Go to bed. Feed the cat. This is our dailies. End the cycle. Let's leave. Anyone we can talk to? No, no one yet. Okay, so I think let's grind it out at the Arabias. I think I need to pick a priority, really. No, let's get a spore so that we can get that clock rolling. Right. You're happy to see my cute plant beside me? Do you want to see other ones? Growth spores. I'm not having a lot of luck today. Let's throw 1 more here. Yeah, you want to see another one? Yeah, we can grab another one. Let me see if I could change it. Oh, I like this one. It's a very friendly one. Does that work? Oh, it's big. It's kaiju sized. Here we go. You see it? Very nonchalant. It's like, hello. I am here. It is me. Yeah. And I can even grab, I think I have, Let me add one more. I like this one a lot, but we shall see. You see him? But he, I feel like, really fades into the, oh. There you go. I lost him. I think I lost him. I don't know. I don't see him anymore, but where is he? Oh, I need to loop. That's why. No, it's still gone? All right, let's see. Do you see the hang one, or is it just me? We can start again. I think I saw it once for like a split second, and then in my attempt to resize it, it like disappeared for good. Let me grab it again. Where is it? There it is. All right. I don't know. Where's a good place for it? I guess he could be here. Right here. Just hang out. Right? There we go. I have a lot of these little things. There's like 10-ish, I think. How many do I have? Oh no, there's 8 total. No, 9 total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I have 9 of them. Aren't they great? They're kind of like, you know, it's kind of like your, you have like strings of lights, and I have little plants that are here to keep me company. All right. Oh, because I used one. That's why. Well, mushrooms keep growing, which is great, as they're supposed to. And what did I promise that I would do? That we're gonna work for Ribaya for quite a while. To make sure. Okay, so patrol the war. I don't really care about getting extra energy though. Yeah. Scrap component. This is the best. I love this one. Okay, that's 2 more days of sustenance. I guess we'll find out. Ooh. Wow. Okay. What did we do? Let's see what's going on here. As you say your goodbyes to other enforcers and walk back through the low end, a chirruping catches your attention. In a quiet corridor away from the main thoroughfares, someone has stuck a small recorder to the wall with soot sealant tape. Written across the fluorescent tape is one word: sleeper. Okay, so someone wants to give us information. It doesn't seem like a threat or a warning, right? This one felt like something friendly. Hi, Wild. How are you? Happy Sunday? I feel that this plant needs to be a little bigger. I just don't know where to put it. He needs to be fat and big, I feel. Right here, just be prominent. There we go. Maybe I should bring my little friend back. Oh my gosh. Let me bring my little friend back. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. It is Sunday. There we go. I can come back. This one is my little friend. Here. It's a happy family. You see? All right. Sunday at the Junie Dome. Yes, indeed. How's your Sunday going so far? I hope you're having a good one. All right, let's grab the recorder and see what it says. My home is littered with plants as far as the eye can see. I wish. I only have one. I have a elephant's bush, and it is growing very wildly because when I originally got it, it was like very nicely manicured, if you would. It's like trimmed to perfection, and it was like, it's a little tree, and it was a beautiful little shrub, and I kind of just left it to grow on its own. Yeah, an elephant shrub, I think. An elephant... What are those things called? What is it actually called? It's a succulent-like kind of plant. And anyway, so one of the years I've had it for maybe 3 to 5 years now. And one of the years I trimmed, I don't know why, now I'm thinking back on it, but like, oh, it fell from the windowsill. It was just like, I got back from vacation because, you know, it's a succulent, so it can go on weeks without being watered. So I just left it on the windowsill. I was like, yeah, it'll get sunlight and it doesn't need water. Like, I watered it before I left and I was like, it'll be fine. So I came back and it jumped off the windowsill. It was just like, nope, not having this. What is this life? Like, I will be served better if I go through reincarnation. But not successfully because it was still alive. And I trimmed down some of its branches, and because everything is like kind of broken, right? So I trimmed down the branches and I was like, okay, we're just going to let you dormant. And then in spring, we'll see what happens. And when spring came and it started regrowing itself, it grew wildly. Like, it only wanted to grow on one side and not the other. So it became this like lopsided bonsai tree, if you would. And it doesn't like having it's weird. I don't think it likes having plant friends because I've gotten like other plants since then, and they either all grow very poorly or the elephant shrub decides to be very sad looking. And I was like, fine. So it's the only plant I have in my house. But I think once I move in the winter, I do want to get some bigger plants in the house, like a small tree inside or something like that. What are those things called? I don't remember. Like the ones with like the giant leaves and stuff like that. Like fig trees? Are those called fig trees? Let me see if I can find the name for it. Oh, fiddly fig trees. Yeah, I really like them. But I have a tiny little apartment now, and it would just take up too much room. Yeah, I wanted a fiddly fig tree, and so I think when I move in the winter, and I'm hoping to like get a bigger apartment with a move, that I'll have room for it, and I think it'll be fine. They have those in Stardew. They call them Fiddlehead though in the game. Really interesting. But yeah, I think those things are gorgeous, and I've seen amazing pictures of some of them with enough light and how like big they would grow, and I was like, dang, I love it. Because having plants with like little leaves is kind of challenging indoors in an apartment, because you want to keep the plant clean so that it could absorb sunlight well enough, so that like a lot of times what ends up happening is like I would bring the plant into my bathtub and just like water it and spray down the leaves so that like the dust can wash off. But with a plant like a fiddle leaf, it'll be easy, right? Because you can wipe individual leaves and stuff like that. And so yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Because I'm kind of sick of having like, sometimes I walk into my shower and it's like, oh, well, there's a little bit of dirt from said plant. There we go. That's what that was. Like, I'm not that dirty. But yeah, I wish my house is littered with plants. That would be the dream. But I don't think let's just say that I don't think I'm good enough with plants to do that. It's hard to remember when to water things. So the elephant shrub, I really only water when I pick it up and it's too light, and then I water it. I'll need like I basically need plants to tell me when they need to get watered, instead of remember to water them myself, because I don't ever. Or I overwater. I used to kill a lot of succulents because I overwater them. Plant alarm. Probably, that's not a bad idea. Like those little clip alarms, clip it onto the side of the planters. And they'll just beep, like, ah! Water me! You peel away from the wall, and as you do, it triggers some kind of improvised trip switch. Oh gosh. Sabina's back! I thought she's like gone forever. What? So Sabine's the doctor who ran away from Yatagan. I don't know what she wants from us. What do you want from us? Am I making notes? I'm always making notes. Sleeper, Sabine's voice crackles through. I've seen you with Yatagan members. Are they holding you captive now? Are they holding you captive now too? A high whine. Ooh. So this is live? Like we're having a call with her? Cute? Not cute. I wish I don't have to. Much of it is really just what it comes down to is just I don't remember what happened in the past, so I'm sorry if I've dragged you to this. Do not trust them. Something is happening within the gang, some kind of power struggle. You cover the speaker a little, their voice too loud in a quiet corridor. I will come soon. Thanks to your efforts, I've located most of their properties. At the right time. A pause. I will see you soon. Don't give up. Remember our deal. What's our deal? You YOLO through stories, and then you were like, what happened? So some notes might help. Yeah, and I think for me, it's like, well, if I can do a game in like a sitting or in quick successions of streams, I don't think I'll need notes. But the problem is I play games very slowly. That's number one. And in the case of Citizen Sleeper, I play it once a week. So by the time that I come back to it, it's like 200 years later. What happened? No freaking clue. So good times. I don't remember our deal, Sabine. What did you promise me? You wanted to get away. And that was it, right? Active, enter the Greenway, find Ashton, aid, get to know Anthus. I don't even have you on my list of active quests. Did you promise me something? Oh, we did so much. Wow. Get Sabine out. You don't know where Sabine has gone. Did they escape Yatagan? The story doesn't seem to be over. Wait for Sabine to make contact. Interesting. Okay. So we do know that within Yatagan, all of the Yatagan members have these like implants in them. And as far as we know, according to Sabine, so she has incentives to lie to us. But according to Sabine, Yatagan is like eavesdropping on its members and using the implant to gather data as to, you know, location data, as well as like how well their bodies are working and things like that, which is super strange, right? And then we also learned on a different time that the sleeper tracker does very similar things. So in a way, it's almost like they're putting sleeper trackers into the gang members, which is questionable. But Sabine had been radio silent ever since then. And now she's here and she says, remember our deal. You stare at the recorder, processing what you have just heard. Hearing Sabine's voice again opens up something inside you. An SNRP employee. Do they know that I know? You struggle with a mix of concern and distrust. I know, she's a little sus. And that's why she has that, like, look of sorrow whenever she looks at us, is because she was not only an SNRP employee, but she worked closely with sleepers, like the development of emulation of human mind. And so we're essentially like a product of her doing, you know, in a way. So that creates like a good moral issue. Like, I guess you can't really pin it on a particular person per se. But at the same time, could we trust someone like that? Let's see. You throw the recorder into a nearby waste chute as you leave the corridor. Still unsure who to trust, and head quietly out of the low end. We are so hungry, Emphas. Emphas, please. I guess we go to... do we work on Mingy? Maybe we go work at the canteen, at the commune. Canteen. Work assignment. That will at least last us to tomorrow, and then we can see how Emphas may feed us. All right. An end of yet another productive day. We feed the stray. I keep thinking that this will lead to something, but I don't know if it will. And then we end the cycle. Ooh. Okay, let us quickly repair ourselves for once. Leave here. Emphas! My favorite boy. What do you have for us? Emphas is preparing the Masatake caps. He cleans them carefully with a damp cloth before shaving the stalk, as if he was sharpening a pencil. His knife slides through them, revealing the bright white of the flesh within. These are good, Sleeper. Very good, he says without looking up. I bartered with Mingy for some kelp too, so we can brew the dashi. You know Mingy? Emphas looks up from cutting with a smile. Everyone knows Mingy. Emphas slides the sliced masatake mushroom to one side and takes out a closed pan. He opens the lid and you see the green wafer of kelp sitting in a bath of water. Been soaking it since last cycle, Emphas explained. Should be good to warm now. He places the pan over the burner and turns it on low. We have some time now. He wipes his hands clean and throws the towel over his shoulder. Oh yeah, are we ready with a story? However, there is one difference this cycle. He smiles. You have been the one providing the ingredients, so it is my turn to provide a story. Emphasis story. Okay. Cool. The story is important to me. He gestures for you to both sit on the folding stools behind the stall. You see these? Emphas runs a hand over his forearm, tracing the circular scars that mark them like perfect bite marks. Like all of these, oh gosh. Conway called it an anchored interface rig, a mechanical control device for piloting heavy-duty extraction suit in low-G industrial operations. We called it a bone suit. He points to a pattern of larger circles on his shoulder. You drill in and anchor it here, and then all the way down the arm. He taps each scar on the way. It maps mechanical movements to the suit exactly, and one-to-one mechanical replication. You swing your arm, a 2-ton arm swings too. Jesus, and how many times have you done this? You should have seen the recruitment vids. Strong people in even stronger suits, tearing through stone and scrap. Superheroes. Half my graduating year signed up, from company school to company shuttle. Conway from birth to death. He stares off into the distance for a moment, fighting with memories. So he worked for Conway. But the bone suits weren't good. The rate of failure was high, and the failures meant arms torn off, anchors torn out, broken bones, bad stuff. And after a while, Conway discontinued them. No longer competitive, they said. He checks the broth, turned down the heat, and adding the mushrooms. So there we were. Hundreds of us with surgical alterations for suits that didn't work. They sent us home, back to that company colony that spat us out to be cleaners, drivers, cooks. They gave us drugs for the pain and told us to make something of ourselves, like disposable resources. When I deserted, bribing some passing spacers to take me into orbit, there were only me and a couple others left. The rest just faded away. Arthritis, osteoporosis, they folded in on themselves like paper lanterns. That was my generation. The anchor points still ache, still burn. He touches the scars. But what burns worse is the betrayal. I've been on the eye a long time now, but that will never fade. Not that, and not the faces of my friends. Emphas reaches over and sprinkles a handful of leaves into the broth. It is ready. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for listening to me. I will not let their stories die, and as long as I am telling it, it will remain. Emphas pours the broth into a double-walled metal bowl and hands it to you. The heat radiates through your hands, and the smell drifts up, rich and sharp, like a pine forest after a rain. You drink the broth slowly, chewing the matsutake and thinking. Emphas busies himself with cleaning the pans and the bowl, sealing the kelp back up for another day. Then he quietly comes to sit with you while you finish your meal. Neither of you speak, preferring instead to let the story linger in the air a little longer. It's not that there's nothing to say. It is that sometimes, in the moments after something, speaking breaks the spell. So you both idle, eager to be in each other's company. Emphas taking longer over his cleaning, his packing, and you savoring the final dregs of broth. When you finally finish and hand him the bowl, you feel the spell break, and the story leaves you both. And as you leave, you know that both of you are somehow a little more empty and a little more full than before. I love that. I love that so much. No, that's the end of Emphas's questline. Emphas. I guess we'll do this. Oh my goodness. I love that. That was probably my favorite interaction this whole game so far, period. Okay, what am I doing? What do I need to do? Oh, Rabaya. The game had hinted on his... That's Minky? That's not what I want. The game had hinted on his scars before, but... I guess it never quite hit me in that... That's the story behind it. That it's... generations of people... being used, for the lack of a better word, fully, and then disposed. Oy, okay. Let's do that. And I guess we could do Sidereal Hull. Oh, we could reroll these, I suppose. It's not bad. Alright. Let's do these. Stereo Horizon, and then Stereo Horizon. There we go. Now with the threes, what can we do? We're full, we're stable, we're very happy. I think the mushroom still takes some time to mature. Do we go into the hub and see what's up? I did want to finish this part. I do think that we can figure something out. It's 4. No. I think let's go back down to the Zero Horizon because we have +2s on that one. +2s on the engineering skill, so we might as well keep clunking away on this. And can you see my full bird model? Yeah, I mean there's not much to see really. Where am I? I'm down here. There's not much to see. That's just me. I'm like an onigiri of a duck. Yes. And that's it. Not much to see. I know! I have feetsies. I have little flappers and feetsies. But yeah. That is me. It is very cute. Of course. All right, what am I doing? Feed a stray. I'm like swimming in resources. I don't know what to do with them. And end the cycle, I guess. Oh God. I mean, good rolls. Very good rolls. Let us start by using those single scrap component really quick. Leave. We should take care of the hub first. I wonder what that's gonna do. Let's ascend to the hub. Because now we have really great rolls. I think we should take care of that first. Waylet's Wonder, and then I think just one more would do it. You start to draw connections from manifest to manifest, noting patterns and flows. There's something beautiful in the chaos. Bliss, ship mechanic. Oh, new person? Really? There's another place to sleep. Oh my gosh. Let's look at this first. Kisho capsules, spacer sleeper berths. The only place to sleep on the hub. Hacked off a colony ship and welded to the ring. They're surprisingly expensive to rent. We might tap into that just to see what happens in there. But let's talk to Bliss. New person. Every time I think this game is about to end, we meet new people and the game doesn't end. All right, Bliss. Mechanic at the hub. What do you have for us? Oh. He seems mischievous for some reason. I don't know why. No way, Moritz. You take those substanders filtered back to the shit heels who sold you them. You hear the voice echoing out of the bay as you pass. And moments later, someone who you assumed is Moritz drifts out with it, dragging a pallet of filter cartridges by a tether. Hey, you out there. The same voice echoes out of the entrance. Looking for work? Yes? I just need a hand. Get in here. The voice is coming from someone shorter than you expected. She is floating in the microgravity of the docking bay beside a half-deconstructed life support unit that looks like it might have exploded at some point. She points a wrench in your direction. You know anything about these things? She doesn't wait for an answer. Scratch that. Just help me with the casing. Help her. All right, then. She deftly moves around the unit, making space for you beside the central seam in the dented case. Just take a grip here and lift it out and up, then I can get in and unbolt it. She whacks the unit with the wrench. Whole thing is twisted to shit. You dig your fingers under the casing and lift it away, the metal squealing from the force. She puts her hands under, spinning the wrench to slip out the bolts, catching them with her other hand when they spiral free. All good. The casing lifts off, revealing the ornate piping of the unit's interior. She whistles at the mess of ducts and filters. By the way, everyone calls me Bliss. She pats you on the shoulder, offering little in the way of an explanation. Is this your bay? What do you do here? Repairs, fit-ups, tear-downs. Bliss starts pushing and pulling at the ductwork, looking for fractured pipes. We haggle over contracts, but the good ones get snapped up quick by bigger bays, so here I am trying to get this M2 units running again for one of the freelance tugs. Small-time stuff. Hold this. She rips out a ribbed pipe and hands it to you like a freshly caught fish. We turn the stuff around fast and neat, and maybe we get a chance at landing something bigger. Something starts hissing in the unit, and Bliss quietens it with a precise whack. But to be honest with you, the way things are going, I can already see the other crews licking their lips, ready to take this place over. She looks up at you. I'm almost out of luck. What happened? Long story, some people just can't keep promises. She keeps working, twisting aside pipes with care. There they are. Bliss pulls her hand from deep inside a unit, and out it comes, clutching a lumpen cube, scorched black. This thing must have overloaded and popped half of itself out the side. You both duck down to the side of the unit and spot the exit wound, its edges fringed with more scorch marks. Grab me a replacement converter from the racks, will you? Head to the racks. You kick off from the unit and drifts over to the wall racks, where a catalog of parts sit secured in clamps. Colored tapes and scrawled notes flutter across the wall, a complex organizational system of Bliss's own design, or just a big mess. You try to pick up the right part. She says M2, right? I mean, we have the log, so maybe that'll help. I think it's an M2. Yeah, M2 converter. You grab the part and push back to the unit. Bliss holds out an arm and you pass it over, the converter spinning gently as it leaves your hand. Perfect, you passed. She straightens up from the unit. That is, if you want to work here. Bliss rubs her hands clean, looking down at her palms. Truth is, I need a hand here. My partner skipped out on me and left me with a whole mess. You seem like you might at least be better at spotting a clean air filter than Moritz. I'd be happy to. Wait, she frowned at the racks. That's not all of it. My old business partner, they rinsed the place, emptied the accounts. To bid for jobs, we need to put down deposits, bring in parts, pay tug fees. And for that, she looks nervous, embarrassed. We need shirts. You want me to pay to work? Bliss, you're asking a little too much. Come on, it's not like that. We be partners. Straight split. Bliss settles herself against the unit and looks off into the distance. I guess I look pretty stupid. Here I am asking any random passerby to be my business partner. No offense. It is pretty weird. She gives you a sideways look. Don't tease me. Bliss goes back to working on a unit. Look, it's no pressure. You find the money, or you find someone who has, or you just forget the whole thing. Up to you. She gestures for you to help her refit the casing, and you both slot it back into place. I think I'm good to wrap this one up for now, but if you're into it, come back and we can bid on new contract. Something to get our teeth into, something that pays. She gives you a serious look. You can trust me. I don't say this stuff lightly, but you just say it to like a random person. Okay. You kick away from the bay, propelling yourself back to the handholds at the entrance. You slip out with a wave, and as you do, someone slips back in. You hear Bliss as you glide down the passageway. Moritz, I swear to God, if those filters aren't clean. You smile. Seems like this place can be interesting. Oh yeah, let's go. Help Bliss complete. How much investment do you need though, girl? 80? Well, you're in luck. A scam or an opportunity? Bliss is incredibly grateful. I'll pay back every chit, I promise you. You guess you two are partners now. Alright, what is it? What's up? Bliss is bidding on jobs at the hub. It'll take a few cycles and some perseverance before one comes in. Okay, 3 cycles. I guess we kind of just wait. I'm curious about this. 48. Maybe later, maybe not now. I mean, we're not poor, but we're also not rich either. Head down to the rim. Let's use a 6 somewhere. Rabia? Rabia's office. I guess this wouldn't hurt. Or scrap components. Maybe we do scrap components. Be nice to have a good stash of them. Okay. Now we'll refresh. 1 and 4. I think we can use the 4 at the stereo hull. So we keep building that ship and help Lem and Mina. That is very lucrative, now I'm thinking about it. 15 cryos. I mean, maybe we used a 1 here even. Yeah, lucrative. Very good. Let's leave. Club heads. Like, who wants this? I really don't understand. Who can identify them? Emphas, do you know what these are? He doesn't. We finished Emphas once and for all. Feed the cat. End the day. We're very hungry, but we're doing okay so far. We can buy scraps from this person, from them again. Do I I'm not running low on scraps, so it's okay, I think. I suspect that what's his face up north? Bliss might need a ship mine later, will be my guess. The freight club, midline security. Oh, we've been stealing stuff, haven't we? I mean, let's try again. Shh. There we go. What did we get? What is the random item that we received? I don't know. All right. Let's go back to the ferry. Back to the Greenway. Haifa commune, Haifa dorm. All right. Yeah. What did I say? I wanted to wrap up Rabaya. So let's wrap up Rabaya if we can today. Rabaya's office. Hi, Panda. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Hi, Mama. Welcome in. Hello, hello. How are you guys? Let me give you a shout out. I'm good. I'm good. You were playing Lake. I've never heard of that game before. You gotta fill me in. What is Lake? Did you have a good stream? And I'll do like the big shout out too. If I can spell, shout out. Here we go. We're playing Lake. Yeah, welcome in. I'm Junie, and we are playing Citizen Sleeper, which is it's a very chill, kind of introspective, very well written piece of text-based RPG. And I keep saying that we're in the late game, but it seems like there's still a good chunk of game to go, but I think we're in the late game. Lake was about delivering mail in a town. That sounds very relaxing. Is it a relaxing, chill, mild game? It seems like it was. All right. Cool. I'll have to look into it. I like, a chill, slow, reading oriented games. As you can see with what I'm doing. So I'll have to look into it. All right. But yeah, I hope everyone's having a wonderful day. Thank you, Steve, as always, for the raid, for swinging by, and do whatever after stream care you need to do. And thank you for trusting me with your friends. I will try my best. I'll be on my best behavior, I promise. The heck was I doing? Oh yeah, I was trying to become a Yatagan insider, and Yatagan is a local gang in this space station that we are residing on. And I think we should, for once, pick to patrol the ward. We're kind of swimming in scrap components, so it's not a bad idea, it seems. There we go. Nice. 3 energy. I think with the 4 and the 3, maybe we do Stereo Horizon. We're building a giant spaceship down here, and it seems like we're the only one building it because this clock is only going when we work on it. Let's see. Yeah, let's work on this. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Mama. Appreciate it. Here we go. All right, Lamamina. Your ship is slowly coming together, and we can finally send you off this godforsaken space station into your bright future, which, I don't know, part of me is, I am kind of hesitant. So Lemamina is a father and daughter duo in this sort of very late stage capitalist space station, and as you can imagine, they're barely scraping by, and they're just the most endearing two characters ever. And they hope that by taking us to Horizon, which is a spaceship that we're building, they can go into a different world and pursue a brighter future, even though I have very little faith in that, because the new exoplanet is going to be entirely owned by one company, and we know, if anything, what that is, what that leads to in the future in a late stage capitalist society. My voice is super chill. Thank you. I try my best. I have my moments though. Rent a capsule. Yeah, I'm curious. I'm gonna spend irresponsibly now just to see, what does this do? What can I rent? Capsule 0451 unlocked. Oh. You hand over the chest and get a pass key to capsule 0451. Time to find which of the identical births. It's yours. Okay. Dang. It doesn't, okay, it doesn't give us anything special. I was hoping that, you know, because this is the first time we actually have to pay for a place, that this would come with extra perks, but I guess not. The sunbathe we can do anywhere, really, and the self-repair we can do anywhere, so. Yeah, alright. Whoa, what just happened? Because I friggin' ended the cycle. I'm stupid, is what that was. Okay. I wasn't thinking. I had so many actions left. Ah, happens to the best of us. Interesting. This looks like, color pencils. They look like a color pencil bunch. All right, let's leave here. I should have just left instead of, skip the cycle, but why can't I do that? Here we go. Start action. And I think we need to do 2 so that we don't fade tomorrow. Let's leave. I have a few good options of things to do. Ooh. It's a little spacecraft. I love that stuff. All right, let us hop down to the rim. And I guess we keep going to work for Rubaya. Patrol the ward, and hopefully that should give us Okay. That should give us the energy that we need. Enjoy your lyric. Thanks for coming by with the raid, Mama. Appreciate it. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Alright, so we're full in energy. We're close to being a Yatagan Insider. Let's just finish this up. Maybe this will get us somewhere today. So, oh. Yikes. Okay. Rubaya? What can you offer me? Maybe I should go eat first. Enves, please feed us. There we go. And then... Gosh. I love the music that comes on when Rubaya is on. It's like, what a bop. I love it. Alright, let's see. Rubaya. This time you meet inside Rubaya's office. Although now that you've seen it, office seems like the wrong term. You find her stood in almost bare shadowy unit, midway through a sequence of stretches. There are 2 low stools and a terminal in the corner, but it seems bleh. Let's start over. You find her stood in an almost bare shadowing unit, midway through a sequence of stretches. There are 2 low stools, a terminal in the corner, but it seems that most of the space is taken up by a heavy punching bag, rubber matting, and a sack of weights. That's almost like a gym. When Rubaya turns to greet you, you realize that she's missing an arm. What happened to you? The prosthetics she usually wears is set in a cradle near the terminal, a web of colored wires running to it. Updates, she says, noticing you looking where her artificial arm usually is. Nothing to worry yourself with. Sorry, Don't be. I'm sure you've been on the receiving end of more invasive stares than I ever have. You both settle on the stools, Rubaya crossing her legs on top and sitting straight backed. Jia told me that you have been doing the rounds, collecting tithes, patrolling the ward. She smiles. Some of the enforcers are impressed. And I heard you handle a few difficult circumstances. Very nicely done. I wanted to see for myself. She raised an eyebrow. See what for yourself? If the stories are true. I see. Rubaya flexes her neck side to side. And the conclusion? Still deciding. Well, sleeper, Rubaya said teasingly. Please keep us updated on any progress. She smiles a thin smile. Joking aside, I know that for you, life on the Eye has been a struggle, but I hope we can do something about that from here onwards. Though some of our members may not see it this way, I know you too are a refugee. She looks at you solemnly. That is why you have come to us. Sabine! Enough, Rubaya. Sabine's voice cuts through the conversation. I'm tired of listening to your affected nobility. They cross the room, Rubaya's baton in their hand, the end lit with sparkling electricity. Oh no. But cool cape though, Sabine. Very cool cape. I like her outfit a lot. Rabia looks between the two of you. I suppose this ambush was another cooperation between you two? She looks unfazed. No, they're acting alone. Sabine pauses, thrown off for a moment by your renunciation. Rabia takes this opportunity to act. She leaps from the stool and, fainting past Sabine, grabs the baton and twists it inwards. She is by far the stronger, and she pushes Sabine to their knees, plucking the crackling end of the baton toward their chest. They freeze there, Sabine struggling to keep the crackling baton from their skin. Stop! Then you support them? Rabia asks you, her eyes not leaving Sabine. Your loyalties are so easily swayed. I thought you were more than Yannick's attack dog, Rabia. Sabine spits back. Are you not able to think for yourself? Rabia holds the baton strong, and for a moment you think she's about to hammer it down into Sabine's chest. But after a painful wait, she throws Sabine down instead, then spins the baton in her hand, thumping a switch and shutting it off in a single move. Rabia explained. They both look at you, still catching their breaths, as if they had forgotten about your presence. Explain what? How the moment I call my enforcer... Oh. Explain what? How the moment I call, my enforcers will come down here and take them away? Rabia cracks her neck. You're lucky I didn't kill you. I would have had every right, she shouts, the anger a release of tension more than a threat. What are their relationship with each other? Very interesting. Let's see. Sabine lifts themselves a little, bruised from a fall. They roll onto their side and cough. Rabia gives them some space, sitting back on the stool. Sabine props himself up on their elbows and fixes Rabia with a hard stare. You have something to say? Rabia taunts. Say it. This is your final opportunity, because after this... She laughs. No coming back. What's the point? Sabine breathes heavily. She refuses to listen to criticism of the great Yatagan project. Rabia collects herself. Speak. She folds her arm and waits to be convinced. Sabine takes a breath, organizing their thoughts. They go to start, pause, then decide on another approach. Eventually they say it. Yannick is a traitor. Rabia immediately flinches, her eyes going to her prosthetic arm, her muscles clenching. But she rides it out, more eager to prove Sabine wrong than she is to hurt them, at least for now. When I came here, from SNR, they glance at you, gauging your reaction. It was Yannick who was one of the first to support me, to look after me. I should have known then, but I was naive and afraid. Sabine turns to you. Sleeper, they take a breath. I know that I should have told you I worked for the SNR long ago, but I thought you would abandon me, and you are my final friend. What you should know is that I left SNR because I was running for my life. I leaked documents on the sleeper program, on the illegal and immoral practices it relied on, to the press. SNR wanted me dead, and I fled as far as I could to this refuge at the edge of the surrogate systems. Sabine stops to collect themselves. What does this have to do with Yannick? Rabia interrupts. The sleeper knows you're Esenarp, I told them. And while you hide beneath the cover of being a whistleblower, you and I both know you work on the sleeper program. Yannick told me as much. Sabine's face falls. It is true. They glance at you and then away, ashamed. They lift their head. But it is Yannick, not me, who is in the pocket of Esenarp. Rubaia flinches again. I can prove it. He made some kind of a deal to keep me here, to tie me up in debt, to lock me away. In exchange, Rubaia slams her hand on desk. Just tell us, for God's sake. In exchange for those, Sabine finishes, nodding towards Rubaia's prosthetic arm in its cradle. He has been using Yatagan enforcers, using you as test subjects for Esenarp technology. I have the data to prove it. He has been bringing them in under the guise of stolen shipments and having me fit them, knowing each one is capturing data and sending it back to its makers. Just like our tracker. Rubaia's fixed expression has started to fade. Sabine produces a slate. It's all here. Thousands of hours of usage data, failure rates, error dumps. These are untested implants, Rubaia. They could short out, fail, cause cascading failures across a person's body. And doesn't that remind you of Emphasis' story? And they have. Sabine suddenly looks incredibly tired. I thought the error rate in the unit was down to them being stolen or modified. I've tried to fix hundreds of failures in my time here. Not all of them. They stop, unable to continue. Rubaia closes her eyes and breathes in. Then she opens them again. She holds out a hand to Sabine. Show me, she says. Later, much later, when you leave, Sabine is still taking Rubaia through the manifests and usage data. Both of them crowded around the terminal as Sabine leads Rubaia through each layer of Yannick's betrayal. As you leave, Sabine catches your eye and something passes between you, something like a thank you or a sorry or some other expression that communicates both sadness and hope. I love it! Nice. An uprising. Perfect. Can't be better. All right. Oh, I had just one upgrade point? Okay, I think we need more points done. Can we use this here? I don't know how this will negatively affect us, but it should be okay. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, the music of this game is the best. All right. Let's see. I mean, we're all out of things to do for today, so let us sleep, feed a cat. And then sleep for the day. Nice, very good rolls. All right. Moritz, Bliss's assistant. Oh, well, hello, Morris. Let me add this. Hey, a quiet voice greets you as you leave. Sleeper, it's me. Who? You look just like Bliss. Are you guys related? Moritz, he pauses. I work for Bliss? He rubs the back of his head. You're not an easy person to find. I move around. Moritz holds up his hands. Hey, no judgment, it's cool. You both stand there for a moment, each waiting for the other to speak. So... yeah, well, Bliss needs you. A job just came in, a real big one, and she's asking for you to come up and help her out. He nods sagely. Okay, soon. Soon. He repeats it back to himself. Look, Bliss said I've got to get you right now, so, you know. He shrugs. Now is better than soon. Moritz stands there for a little while, unsure if the message is delivered. I've got it. Cool. He looks around. Bliss just likes me to do a thorough job, you know? He rubs his hands together before burying them in his jacket pockets. See you, sleeper. Moritz ambles off, down the corridor, kicking out a filter cap on his way out. Time to head to Bliss's Bay, then. I guess I have to. Let's go. Alright. Hi, Bliss. What's up, Bliss? That's Ember's Wake. What is this? Huh? Bliss, where are you? Oh, so just... Okay. Dang. Somehow Bliss swung a tanker contract, but the catch is that the work needs to be turned around fast. Too fast. A tanker's crew have detected a set of leaks and they need to isolate and seal them as soon as possible. That's where you come in. We have two choices. We can do tank recladding. Typically, the way to fix this kind of leak is to painstakingly inspect and reseal the entire ship's cladding. But is there time? And the other is full system flush. Bliss has an idea. A full system flush with tracer fluid to reveal the leaks, which means an emergency venting of all tanks. Brilliant. Dangerous. Well, we're an engineer, and we have excellent roles today, so I guess we go for it. We can do it in 2 die. I only get to do them... Oh, action unavailable. What? The emergency system needs rebooting and repriming. You won't have time to do this again before the contract is up. So I only get to do it once. I see. And then we need 2 dies done for the tank recladding. I guess that makes sense. So we do this once. And we do it again. Incredible. We're like the best business partner, you guys. Hey, Bliss. As you both wait in the airlock for it to cycle back to the bay, Bliss thumps you on the arm. Nicely done, sleeper. We cleared that contract no problem, she stretches. Once we're back in the bay, we can check if the payment has come through and divide it up, she stretches. Feels good. The airlock clunks and the lights flicker. And a moment later, you're back in the bay where Morris is at the racks, trying to figure out where the mess of tools Bliss left in her wake should be hung. Hey, Moritz. Oh, he does have a lot of stuff with him. Poor boy. Morris looks over his shoulder. Sleeper. He spins a wrench in his hand. Look like clean work out there, he nods respectfully. You look over at Bliss, who is already gliding over to her management console. She twirls a little as she crosses a cavernous bay. No one you've ever met moves as well in zero-G as she does. It's like she was born into it. Shit. Bliss slams a fist onto the console. Shit. Looks at Moritz. Moritz raises his eyebrows but stays quiet. He doesn't want to get involved. Bliss calls you over. Look at this, just look. She spins the terminal screen, and you see the details of the bay's account. You see an entry for the Ember's Wake, a repair fee paid in full the moment you finished up the job, and then directly after, the whole amount was transferred back out into an unknown account. What the hell? This is the work of my ex. She punches the terminal. He must have coded a backdoor into the machine before he left. She rubs her forehead. There's no way we can. She pauses, thinking. Morris, throw me that wrench. What's that for? Morris spins the wrench across the bay. Bliss smiles. This. Bliss brings the wrench down on the terminal. Hard. You flinch backwards as a hail of computer parts spill up into the bay in a glittering arc. Fragments of screen, memory, sections of the casing. When Bliss is done, she clips the wrench to her tool belt. Try backdooring your way into that, you shit. Morris drifts out from his hiding place among the racks. Bliss, he says tentatively, you want me to... He looks at the arc of fragments drifting around the bay nervously. Bliss shakes her head. No, she sighs. I've got it. You get me a new terminal, cheapest you can find. Cobble one together from pieces at the Ort Exchange if you have to. Bliss. She looks over at you. I'm good now. Bliss glides over a panel by the wall. Don't worry. One of the first things I had installed when we spec'd out this place was a cleaning sweep. She flicks over a plastic cover on a huge red button. Watch yourself. Okay. She hammers the button and a row of laser emitters unfold from the bay wall. They start crawling their way across the work area, frying the debris as they do in pulses of burning light. Bliss smiles. It's that or just space the whole bay every few cycles. What now? Bliss sighs. We keep at it. The cleaning sweep buzzes and crackles as it works its way across the bay. That account wasn't everything. I'm not that stupid. Once Mortz gets back, I'll secure it and flush everything else. She flicks a nearby piece of debris into the path of the sweep. Clean break. Then we take another contract. That's it. She shuts off the sweep as it reaches the near end of the bay. You don't want a cryo back? Oh, I wanted, but it's gone. He could have transferred it anywhere. She looks out across the hub. And even if I knew where he was, the last thing I want is ever see him again. She rubs her forehead. I'm sorry, Sleeper. I know you worked for this too, but next time, won't be the same. That's okay. She smiles. See you in a few cycles. Morris will let you know. She winks and kicks off into the bay to finish cleaning up. Well, that is unfortunate. Yes. Yeah, spacer bar is spacer bar. What is it? 2 cycles? 4 cycles. I sure hope that's the end of it. That was my investment and it all went to shit. Rabia's office is in 3. I think we can probably harvest mushrooms, if I remember correctly. Let's go across the Greenway. Yeah. Let's get that. Nice. And this will also get us another 2, right? Perfect. But I don't know what the club hat caps does. Or do, rather. Haifa Labs. I know she needs more, but... So that's Matsutake, that's Churro caps. I guess... We'll see. I think this gives 2? Oh, it gives 3. Alright, nice. We'll keep going. Alright, what do you have for us, Rico? Commune botanist. Rico meets you at the entrance to the lab, leaning on her crutch, with a glint in her eye. In her eyes, I hope, plural? Walk with me, sleeper. I'd like to tell you a story. She makes her way down the corridor that leads back upward. Wow, okay, let's try that again. She makes her way down the corridor that leads back up towards the main commune building. When people first cross what we call Founder's Gap into the Greenway, they did so against the wishes of Andre Erlin. Erlin didn't want people here. At the time, Erlin was trying to stabilize the Union and establish control over the Eye in the wake of Solheim's collapse. It was chaos, competing factions, failing systems, so many dead and injured from the riots. That was his priority. Understandable, I think. You both cross through a glass-roofed tunnel. The Greenway outside crowded with vines and branches, dappling the light. Erlin had written the Greenway off, cut off from the rest of the station and linked to a broken spoke. He claimed it was only a matter of time before everything here would die. He refused to let anyone abandon their duty to the Union and cross. They were traitors to the cause, or as good as. Rico continues, making her slow but steady way into the inner gardens of the commune. There were many of us, and we believed what was here was worth saving. We had to keep our plan secret until we crossed, and some of us left people behind. She pauses to catch her breath, her voice cracking. It is difficult to know if from effort or emotion. What we found was a disaster, nothing like you see here. Half of the Greenway was leaking oxygen into space. The plants flash frozen. The other half was a swamp of mulch. As decaying matter clogged every system, we worked hard. We lost good people. We cleaned up and closed up, but it was never going to be enough. After many, many cycles, we all knew this place was doomed, but we kept on working, talking less and less because we couldn't face it. We all developed a death wish. If the Greenway was going to die, so would we. What changed? Everything, Rico smiles. We crossed some invisible boundary, tipped some biological scale, and the Greenway started to recover. Plants flowered, crops sprouted. For the first time, we reaped the fruits of our labor. Rico smiles, looking up at you. We thought it was us, that we managed to do just enough to end the cycle of decay. I thought we had saved the Greenway until today. You pass into grow beds of the commune, rich with the hustle and bustle of Haifa members planting and harvesting. For a while, Rico is quiet, and you both simply observe the hypnotic movements of the work crews, the eager chatter washing over you like a wave. Rico smiles to herself. I should have known, of course, that our arrogance was unfounded, but we needed to believe back then. We needed a myth to bring more people across the gap. You both move into a smaller corridor. Rico following some direction unknown to you. What you have shown me is that, back then, the Greenway saved us, not the other way around. Tell me, have you ever consumed one of the matsutake or jarrell caps you have been growing? Yeah? I imagine they were delicious, nutritious, almost uniquely so, she muses. After all, they were designed for you. Rico has a mischievous look. At first I thought it was the location they were grown in that made the mushroom from the aviary. Wait, hold on. At first I thought it was the location they were grown in that made the mushrooms from the aviary, from the labs, or from the grove different to each other. But what I've come to understand is that it is the person growing them. The matsutake and jarrell caps you brought me are totally unique, containing compounds never usually found in similar specimens in my possession. Many of these compounds aren't even digestible for humans. But for a sleeper like you... Rico smiles as she leads you into the internal garden of the commune, where the Haifa members have planted species from all over the Greenway. Back when the tide turned, when the Greenway started to recover, we all felt something. A response. Oh, cool. Actually, I think way back, we have encountered a gardener. Is it them that was responding in a way to this? That would have been really neat. Back when the tide turned, when the Greenway started to recover, we all felt something, a response. It was as if this place was not just alive as a forest is alive, but alive in other ways, communicative, responsive. We shrugged it off at the time, but now I understand why. Rico stops and turns to you. This place is responding to us, adapting itself to us. It is growing fruiting bodies for you, for me. It is adapting, changing. It is, in short, displaying all the signs of sentience. The Greenway is sentient? Perhaps not the Greenway, but the ecosystem itself, or something within it. Rico sits on a bench within the peaceful gardens and gestures for you to join her. When you have been growing the jarrells, and the matsutakes in the aviary, those species so familiar to the Greenway. Have you discovered any others? Yes. Riko can barely contain her excitement. I should like to see those. Please bring me some next time you're here. Okay. You look around the garden, amazed at the sense of peace within it. Riko interrupts the silence. There is a species of mushrooms that I haven't seen in years. It's dark, short, and shaped like a club. Yeah, we have those. We first found it in those early days when we were working to save this place. It was around the time that we started to lose our first members. They were succumbing to some infection, some mold growing deep in the dark mulch that drowned this place. At that point, we thought we were lost, and then these mushrooms emerged from the same black mold. We tested them and saw that they contained some compounds that counteracted the mold. They contained an antidote. Of course, as a botanist, I saw this as part of the natural processes of this ecosystem, even if the timescale seemed absurdly short. But what I'm wondering is if that antidote was a gift. Riko meets your eyes. Perhaps if you're patient, you will receive your gift too, Sleeper. I have a gift. I just need to plant it somewhere. I don't know where. You both sit for a while, Riko seemingly done telling stories for today. You watch the light playing off the leaves and plants around you and wonder what forces could be at play in this place. It's magical, it's beautiful. I love it. Oh my gosh. After a while, you stand and leave, with a quiet nod to Riko, leaving her to her memories. The thing about the writing in this game is just, it has so much respect for the individual. I love it. It's incredible. All right, well, look at it. I have 3. It's perfect. You hand them over to... Okay, hold on. Let's leave and so we can go back and read the whole thing. Riko is eager to see the club head caps that have grown in the aviary. She hasn't seen mushrooms like this in decades. Clubhead analysis. Are these fruiting bodies the same that emerged during the early days of the collapse, or something else? You hand them over to an eager Riko, who immediately begins work on the samples. All right, here you go. Have one more. Oh, Riko. Riko warms my heart. Riko is at her bench, running small vials of some liquid through an old chemical analysis machine. The whirring of the spinning drum fills the lab with white noise, and you aren't sure if she notices your approach. Sleeper, it's good to see you. She looks up smiling. This little project of ours has been keeping me awake the past few cycles, but right now, well, I think I have something. What is it? The drum finishes spinning, and Riko lifts a vial from it, holding it up to the light. This is something I extracted from those club heads you've been bringing me, and according to my analysis, it is a substance totally unique on the Greenway. You look at the small amount of liquid in the vial. Any idea what it might be? Riko asks, without looking away from the vial. Stabilizer. Oh my god. That, ooh. Rico nods. You aren't the first sleeper to come through here. Perhaps I should have mentioned that earlier. Rico's tone suddenly drops, changing the atmosphere in the lab immediately. I just thought, she pauses, thinking very carefully of how to continue. I just want you to trust us. What do you mean? She sighs. They came through a fair few cycles ago. We found them wandering in the broken sections near the gap. The members who brought them in had never seen one of you before. They were terrified of this strange person wandering in from open vacuum. They were quieter than you and damaged. We did our best to patch them up and welcome them to the commune. I only really spoke to them once, while I was working on their wounds along with a couple of systems engineers. She looks nervously at you. I'd never seen a body like that before. I took some readings, some samples. Samples? You have to understand. I was curious. I didn't know what I was looking at. I just took a little of the damaged material, less than a thumbnail. She shifts her weight to her crutch. The next cycle, they were gone. They took a little food and hike up towards the wild margins, where the Greenway meets the wastes. Hello, Water. How are you? How are you doing? I have a lot of plant friends, yes, today. Happy Sunday. How are you doing? The writing is so good, Water. It is so good. You have to understand, I was curious. I didn't know what I was looking at. I just took a little of the damaged material, less than a thumbnail. She shifts her weight to her crutch. The next cycle, they were gone. They took a little food and hiked up towards the wild margins, where the Greenway meets the wastes. Someone saw them in a distance, but that was it. They disappeared into the overgrowth. Let's say I'm okay. Okay. Oh. She sits down heavily, the vial in her hand. When I saw you, I wanted things. Hope you're well. You're a little late as your sleep schedule is all over the place right now. Oh. Well, that's what the weekend is for, right? Sleep a little more, you know. But welcome in. I mean, I try my best to be a sleep-inducing stream, so it's a very peaceful reading today. It's very wholesome, and I'm sorry that you missed Emphasis storyline because we finished this quest, and let's just say that it was sad, but it was beautiful the way that the connection between us and Emphas was written. So I don't want to spoil it for you. Because I don't think I can do the writing of that story justice. So yeah. But to catch you up on the current storyline that we're in is we made it to the Greenway. I think you were here for that last time. And we started growing mushrooms. And we harvested them. And we encountered Rico, who is like a botanist or researcher, whatever you want to call her. And she's been, you know, researching the mushrooms that we've grown. And what she found is that the mushrooms grows, like the crops grows in response to the planter. So the mushrooms that we've grown has been completely unique in composition versus mushrooms grown by other people in the same soil. And which I thought was super cool. And she just finished analyzing one type of mushroom that we brought her. And she was able to distill stabilizer from it. It's just, it's so wholesome. I love it. She sits down heavily, the vial in her hand. When I saw you, I wanted things to be different. I wanted to keep you here rather than let you disappear into wherever they ended up. She smiles to herself. Yes, I wanted to understand this place better, but I also wanted to help you. It seems that somehow both my wishes have come true at once. She holds out a hand with the vial. This is for you. You take the stabilizer, the glass cold and smooth in your palm. How? Those club head caps made it for you, or at least who or whatever made those club heads. She starts to clear her bench. It was right there, contained in their tissue. I only had to extract it. I imagine you understand how incredible that is. I learned enough from that sleeper to know that your body, your frame is it, runs on some exotic technology. Exotic technology that has a time limit built in. Somehow the Greenway knows that too. It understands your physiology much better than I ever could. It knows how to treat you. I wish the game had a little more visual touch to it, like Disco Elysium. I have a good enough imagination, but somehow I appreciate watching fantastic things to happen on the screen every now and then. I know what you mean. Like like when the gunfight of the Disco Elysium and stuff like that, right? Just like that miraculous antidote that sprung from the mold, so too has this sprung from your presence here. The Greenway is speaking to you. It is welcoming you. She looks up. I know it sounds crazy, but I know it to be true. Here's the evidence. And what I also know is it is no longer speaking to me. Even after decades here, I have never seen this kind of response. Not since the antidote so many cycles ago. She smiles. So I'm going to make you a deal. You bring me as many club heads as you like. I'll extract the stabilizer and give it to you freely. But you have to tell me what the Greenway says. You have to speak with it, to dig into it, to find what being is at the center of it. I've traveled as far as I can. I need you to do the rest. Can you do that? The thing is, we don't really need the stabilizer anymore, right? Like now we can keep our health stable by just using scrap components. But I'm curious. I would like to know what is behind all of this. Let's just say yes. And I'm going to add notes to this. Rico, the hi-fi botanist. Clubhead mushroom. A stabilizer in it. And like way back when, it created antidotes for the humans. It's almost like she's on a pilgrimage. Doesn't it feel that way? Like she views the Greenway as a being of a higher dimension almost. And she no longer hears its words, basically, and she wants us to, you know, tell her what they say because we're apparently the only one that it responds to now, right? With air quotes. Rico sighs with relief and deflates in her chair. Thank you. I'm sorry for the other sleeper. Truly, I am. I'm sorry I couldn't have done more, but I'm so glad I met you. You're welcome here anytime. Rico falls silent. She looks smaller now, more fragile, and you realize how old she must be to have seen the collapse firsthand. You idle a little in the lab in case she asks for anything else, but she remains silent, and so you drift back into the tunnel, thoughts of that other sleeper, where they ended up, weighing on your mind. Are we gonna look for the other sleeper? Ooh. I love it. I can plant this, finally. Yes, let's plant this. The only way to understand what Gardener gave you is to grow it. Rico is incredibly excited by the prospect. Question mark? Gardener seed. And that's gonna take many cycles. Okay. And then that takes the club heads. Excellent. The aviary. We can still grab more, but we're about to have no more things to do. All right. Oh. This is the DLC, so we're not touching that for a little bit. I think eventually we'll have to... Oh, is it the wild margins? I guess perhaps in tracking Ashton, we might encounter the old sleeper. Okay. All right. I think we should go back home. Cross the rim. And go to bed. Oh, that's a lot. Oh, because we have a stabilizer, is that why? Yeah, that's why. That's why that's here. All right, feed the cat. Keep our health as stable. And then go to bed. There we go. And we have to eat today, unfortunately. Oh, that's not bad. That is not a bad poll. What is a good way to eat? We can get energy. Well, Sabine's part is over. They're still talking with Rabia. Okay. What is this? Caster's table. Maybe later. Maybe towards the end we can look into that. All right, let's focus on Lem and Mina. We're gonna focus on this. And we're gonna let them out of here. I think that's all we need. Nice. Okay. Shipyard. Havenage construction yards. Your crew slowly filters out of the shipyard locker room, the bubbling chatter reducing with each group that leaves. There's excitement in the air. Has there been something happening about the cat until now? There was the very first time we fed the stray, right? There was a small encounter, but that's it. So I've just been religiously feeding it and hoping that something will happen again. But no, nothing has happened since then. So I don't know. We will see. I'm curious. Perhaps it's an investment that will pay us back one day. I know. I'm hoping one day it's gonna show up as an interaction. But we will find out. Your crew slowly filters out of the shipyard locker room, the bubbling chat. So we finished Sidereal Horizon, finally. Oh my gosh. The bubbling chatter reducing with each group that leaves. There's excitement in the air. Havenage just made an announcement. The assembly teams are done. Sat on the locker room bench, you can feel the Sidereal out there, its hulking mass now intimately familiar to you. Over the past cycles, you have watched it grow, be assembled. You have walked through its veins and wielded its bones. Now it's ready for the final stage. It will go to testing now, then enter a final process of sealing and resealing, checking and rechecking before it is deemed suitable for its generational trip. But for now, your work is done. You can't help but feel proud. Lem! A cough interrupts your thoughts. It's Lem, changing out his work gear. Mina nowhere to be seen. He smiles. She'll be ready soon. Where's Mina? You two are fast friends, huh? She's being watched at home. Now I'm on the work team. I can't afford a bit more help. He corrects himself. Was on the work team. I mean, we're all out of a job now, he quickly adds. Not that I'm complaining. Lem comes to sit beside you on the bench. She's got to be in her best shape when she carries you. Mina and me, out of here. Not me. I'm staying. You and Mina are getting out of here. I'm not so sure. Lem looks away. We'll see. He rubs his hands nervously. No use in wondering what if until the draw anyway. And there's a few cycles till then. Lem is right, but the odds seem unlikely anyway. How many are working in the shipyards? Hundreds? 1,000? You've certainly seen more faces than you can count pass through. And are the Celis Foundations even going to keep their promise? Out here on the Eye, you get the sense that no one will hold them to it. Why else would they be building the Sidereal Horizon in a surrogate system? As you think, Lem watches you with a worried look. How's Mina doing? Lem is surprised by the question, but smiles. She's doing well. She misses having you over, actually. I need to get you two together again soon, especially now I won't see you here either. Lem gazes into space. She's pretty stuck on you, actually. She told me the other cycle that she doesn't want to go unless you can come too. He sighs. You ever been in a thunderstorm, sleeper? A real big one? I don't remember. Lem shoots you a worried look for a moment. It's something else, he smiles. The sound, the smell, the rain hammering down. The whole sky is stretched out and bruised, roaring and huge. The place I was born, New Pembroke, a dry old rock in a Conway system, had 2 seasons. One of them was as dry as bone, dusty, ugly. The other was one long storm, a side effect of the terraforming efforts, they said. Rain used to rattle off the roofs like bullets. It washed the dust away, turned the streets to rivers. It'd sing us to sleep and wake us in the morning. We'd wait half a year just to see it again. The best day was the one where the first drop fell. He sniffs. Some days I wake up swearing I can hear it again. I was thinking, Mina has never seen a storm, never even felt rain. She's grown up here, the ring, her only horizon, always in the dark. I want to change that for her. You will. Of course. Almost there. Lem stands, stretching. Best get back to the little one anyway. With shifts done, I reckon she'll be happy to have me home for a few cycles. He shoulders his gear. See you in a few for the draw? Good luck. Don't need it, he grins. What does he know? Why doesn't he need... Well, why is he so certain that he's gonna get it? Interesting. Lem, do you have stories that I don't know about? Don't need it, he grins. Lem leaves, making you the last person in the cavernous locker room. As you sit, you think about rain, and a little hope creeps in. Is it possible? Could a sidereal really take you to a planet, a place with weather, with skies, with life? You get up quickly, before you can think about it anymore. It's too soon to hope, too dangerous. There's work to be done. I love it. I love it. What is this? This is moving the horizon. Sellers are apparently going to start moving the horizon to the hub soon. And then this is the shipyard for the draw. So 3 cycles to draw. Unit offices. I mean, we aren't going. I've decided that we aren't going. Okay. Anything happening with Bliss at the hub? Ow. Oh, she needs more time. All right. That's fine. Let's take a look at this. What are the things? Help Bliss complete. We're waiting. Sidereal ticket is waiting. The age we have to save for later. Ashton and Greenway. I mean, the seed is growing, so I guess the only thing that we can do, that we have left to do, is Ashton, right? Yeah, let's go. Well, we need to eat first. Should we try sunbathing? I haven't tried sunbathing. Maybe if we go into the Greenway and sunbathe there, we can see like the dialogue. The to-do list is very short. It's scary. It's very scary. The Haifadorn. Alright, let's go sunbathe and see what happens. Your frame's photosynthetic skin allows you to gather energy through sunlight. The longer you stay, the better. And it's like, can you imagine just like sitting in this oasis and sunbathing? Amazing. I love it. Okay. Let's go see if we can hunt down Ashton. Ashton is Ankita's crew, old crew, if you would. All right. This is much better, strictly speaking. So we'll just use this. We'll use the interface. Rather than hiking around the wilderness, you can make use of your skills. Tap into the cloud and find Ashton by his signals. Very nice. Even better. We got him. We got him this time. You notice a spike of activity, a vast transfer of information taking place. What is happening out here? Ankita seems to think Ashton is out here, at the wild edge of the Greenway. Time to see if that's true. Ankita. Oh dear, she is here. Let's go. The trail ahead extends deep into an overgrown section of the Greenway. At this far end of the ring, where the long, lazy curve of the Greenway becomes the shattered landscape of the wastes, things are oddly quiet. Ahead stands a vast farm stack, broken from its axis by rust or force, and lying amongst the overgrown landscape like an ancient temple. It is stained with moss and algae, flows of green running out from its broken tanks like a frozen, brackish tide. The narrative writing is insane. It's so good. This is where Ashton is hiding, you're pretty sure. All your intuition points to the shadows beneath this collapsed superstructure. You rolled the comm headset Anita gave you in your palm. There's an option to go alone, though. Let's call Anita. I mean, if it is the sleeper, I think we can probably convince her or keep it safe or something. You slip the headset into your ear and it fizzes with static. After a few moments, you hear Ankita. Sleeper, have you located a target? A doubt enters your mind. Can you be sure he is there? Yes, come now. Copy. Hold tight until I get there. The static cuts out. The channel dead. You hold your position and watch the trail. Ahead the stars wheel. With the motion of the eye, your mind wanders. You try to imagine what this place looked like before the collapse. All ordered rows of crops, corporate pleasure gardens, glowing farm stacks. Now it is a wilderness, a strange overgrown biosphere bordered by the void of space. You smile. Despite everything, it seems like an improvement. Yes, it is. Sleeper, Ankita's hiss brings you out of your reverie. He in the collapsed stack? I think so. She gives you a look. You better be right. Well, there's no way I'm following that trail. If he's up there, he'll have eyes on that for sure. She glances across the landscape. Let's keep to the undergrowth. Work our way around. She heads off towards the central spine of the Greenway, with you following close behind. It is slow going there, where the overgrowth meets the metal wall, but it is so concealed that you can barely see the glass roof high above. Ankita somehow seems to know where to go. Ankita works her way through dense undergrowth, pushing aside branches and fronds. It is exhausting and you desperately want to rest, but Ankita shows no signs of letting up. She's a mercenary after all, right? Up ahead, there's a faint glow from the collapsed stack. Ankita leads you around the side to a broken tank. You both step through the opening, trying to avoid the broken glass that sits among the moss and algae. You work your way up the slanted tank, Ankita setting a deliberate pace. Somewhere, water drips, and you swear you hear birdsong. Hanging plants catch the light, coating the place in a pale and sickly green. Interesting. This is like the first time that the game described green as a bad color. Ankita reaches the edge of the tank, where it meets the central drum, and holds up a hand for you to stop. You inch forward and look over the edge. The vast drum is like a cistern, with plants growing on all sides and wet mossy islands at its base. It is beautiful, and for a moment you can't see anything but tones of green. Then you see the sleeper. It's not Ashton? In a faint circle of light descending down through the drum, the sleeper lies slumped at an odd angle. They're surrounded by crates, and beside them, on one of the mossy islands, there is an object. A cylinder set on a tarp. It is connected to the sleeper's head. You flinch. Are they one of the others? One of the ones that escaped with you? You squint, trying to recognize them. They're twisted, broken open, wrong. You look away. Ankita doesn't look at you. She doesn't look at the sleeper. She fixes her eyes on this object. That's Amber's mind. That's Amber's ship mind, she says. And you suddenly recognize the cylinder. Wait. You turn to Ankita to speak, but she's already gone. She drops off the edge of the tank and lands on one of the mossy islands, her armor letting out a hiss as it absorbs in the impact. Oh, fudge. It's a trap. No, Ankita. A shot hits her shoulder piece, the ceramic armor cracking but holding as she braces into the impact. Then she launches herself forward, now activated armor launching her across the drum. Another shot goes wide before she reaches the cover of the crates beside the sleeper. Shit! You hear the shout from one of the tanks high on the far wall. Ankita reaches over and wraps a hand around the thick connection between the ship mind and the sleeper. What is she doing? You better come down here or I'll rip this right out of their head. She screams at the wall of tanks. You shiver at the suggestion. Stay silent. There's a long pause. All you can hear is the dripping of the water running down the walls of the drum. Then Ashton calls out. Who are you trying to save? Who is this? Did you fall in love with a sleeper? I'm coming down, Ankita. Don't do anything stupid, for God's sake. He appears at the far side of the drum, stepping through the shallow water, rifle raised above his head. Drop the gun, Ankita shouts. He throws it down onto the moss. As you lean out to watch, you can see him catch your eye, clocking your presence. What are you up to here, Ashton, you sicko? She stands, keeping her sidearm trained on his head. You ripped my ship mine for what? Some freakish experiment? Ashton approaches with shaking hands, his eyes now fixed on the connecting bundle of wires that Ankita still has hold of. Steady, Ankita. It isn't like that. I needed the ship mine. You have to understand they would have died without it. What are you talking about? I don't give a shit why you ripped my ship mine and crippled my ship. I would put you down right now. I should put you down right now. She tightens her grip on the connection. Typical of you, Ankita. No curiosity. Ashton smiles shakily. That's why I never asked for it. For your help. You only look after yourself. He nods at you. That sleeper up there. They're just bait, right? To draw me out. Ankita sucks a breath in. Are you trying to give me more reasons to shoot you? I was right. There we go. I love them, Ankita. Ashton looks at the crumpled sleeper. I love them, and they were going to die. I knew you would never understand that. He starts closing the gap between himself and Ankita now, slowly inching forward. Don't do that, Ashton. Ankita snarls. Don't do that. Let the wires go, Ankita. Let us go. If you don't get out of my way, he inches closer. Please. I can't let you take it, Ashton. Ankita hardens her stare. You stole it from me. You left me for dead. She shakes her head. You think I'm going to trust you after all that? I need it, Ankita. I need them to survive. Ashton is in reach of the sleeper now, of Ankita. I'm going to take them now, Ankita. He raises a hand. I'm going to take the ship mine and go. Ankita loosens her grip on the connection a little. Her hand is shaking now. Stop, Ashton. She lowers the gun a little. Stop. Seeing her drop her guard, he makes his move. A blur movement, a struggle, a shot, another. You recoil back behind the edge as they ricochet around the insides of the drum, the sound deafening you. When you crawl back to the edge, Ashton is bleeding into the water, the red and the green. Ankita is standing at the center of the drum, the severed connection in her hand. The water drips endlessly, drip after drip after drip. I should have interfered. Fuck. I thought the sleeper was a bait. It was like the other way around. Gosh darn. You force yourself to look at the broken sleeper. There's no sign of life, of humanity. They're just another broken object among other broken objects, while all around, living things grow and thrive. Ankita finally looks back up at you, tears in her eyes. She begins to say something that might be sorry, but you're already gone. That's it. Holy crap. I did not like that at all. We need 3 points. Alright, let's wait for another point. Oh my god. I should have gone in alone. I should have gone in alone. should have known better. I feel like I should have known better. Oh no. Where is Ankita? What the heck? Where is she? I thought she would be on the Greenway originally, but I don't see her anymore. I have a dorm. Gathering scrap. Okay. Farm stacks. Is there any place I haven't fully explored? I'm trying to remember. The import-export didn't have a clock. How are you supposed to know you're no fortune teller? It's your business in the end. It's true. Doesn't mean that I still hate it though. Right? I still hate it. I don't know. When I play games, I'm like, I want to. It's stupid, and I know, but I want to like save everyone. Is there anything else? Did I really finish most of the game so far? Memphis is done. Ort Fabricators done. Dispensary. Yeah. Exchange. There's nothing there. The dock is out doing its thing. Healing Crossing is doing its thing. Wow, we're really at the end game. Okay. Alright, so what do I want? What do I want to do with this final die of mine? Is there... Actually, I should check. Let's go back to the Greenway and see, because I know we didn't have any nodes down here, but is there any additional nodes now that we've experienced that? Oh no. Okay. All right. And all of this, the waste, that's the end. Is there anything more down? Oh. Interesting. I feel you, but not being able to redo everything in order to save everyone makes it all the more intense. It is. And this isn't a game where you can really save scum. I think I appreciate that about this too. Because all the saves are sort of passive saves in a way. When you finish, it's kind of like the saves in Darkwood. It saves after you talk to an NPC. So you can't, it's not like Disco Elysium where you could, you know, save and a reroll. Unfortunately. Or fortunately. I think it makes for a very authentic experience. Which is good, right? It's good. Ooh, mushrooms. And how many, Clubhead? You need 2. She only needs 2 for a stabilizer? That's incredible. Alright, let us go to bed in the Greenway. And then hopefully... No, I can't go to bed in the Greenway because I can't feed the cat here. Alright, we gotta go back and feed the cat. Where's the cat? Here's the cat. Feed the cat. And then we do a scrap component. So that we stay at 5 dice next cycle, and then we end cycle. Right. Oh, these are good rolls. There's Rubaya. Yeah, when I play disco, I wish I could have shut down my inner monk of getting all the quests right. Also to see most of the content. That's true. I think the only thing with disco is just, oh, I love that. So it was sideways and now it's straight up because they're transferring it to the hub. Okay. I wish disco, I mean, I love it for what it is, right? But sometimes I wish it's not as long as it is. If they were to like make it a little bit more concise in a way. I mean, I get that, like, if I were to play again, I don't need to, like, read everything. I can just quickly, you know, speed past a lot of those conversations. But it's just, I don't know. It's a big time investment to play disco. All right, Rabaya. How have you and Sabine negotiated, communicated? Have you guys decided on something? Low end, ramshackle residential district. As you enter Rabaya's office, you hear voices. Is that Sabine? You push open the door. Sleeper, what good timing, Rabaya calls out as you enter. I want to introduce you to someone. Well, it's a good investment for that one. When you feel sad when it's over. It is. I still want to go back and play it eventually. I just don't know when to find the time. You know, I part of me still really wants to go down that, like, the alcoholic path, if you know what I mean with that game. So the man is standing at the center of the room, speaking quietly with Rabaya. He turns as you come in. Meet Yannick. So you really are very royal to Yannick. Oh my god. Okay. Yadagan Elder. And of course he has a pink suit. Oh, this is bad. Sleeper, he nods. Been hearing good things from Rabbi. He smiles, an easy smile. Rabaya? Rabaya cuts in. The sleeper has been running patrols in a ward. They know how we run things. Yannick raises an eyebrow, his eyes concealed behind tinted glasses. You feel his stare, even if you cannot feel it. Actually, Rabaya places a hand on your shoulder. The sleeper was what I wanted to talk to you about. She doesn't spare you a look. What is going on? Well, okay then. Yannick tucks his hands into his pockets. Go on. I'd like to recommend them to your ward. A tiny pause. They've shown themselves to be a capable ally here on the spoke side, but we have more than enough to run our territories. I hear the main block is proving more difficult. Yannick leans forward slowly. It's a mess, Rabbi. He waits, his tinted glasses shimmering despite the lack of light in the unit. I can use them, he suddenly decides. Rabaya smiles. Good to hear. I can immediately. Yannick cuts her off with a raised hand. 1 second. He steps one surprising light step closer to you. You eager to work, sleeper? What kind of work? A question. Yannick lowers his head and raises it again, as if he dropped something. Nothing new for you, he answers, not quite looking at you. You don't follow. What is he saying? That concludes it, Yannick pronounces. Sleeper can come work in a ward, anytime they like. You shoot Rabia a confused look. Rabia finally glances at you for a moment, but it is so fast you almost missed it. Good. I know you'll be happy with your work, Yan. Yannick reaches out and squeezes her shoulder. Sure, Rabbi, he says. Now please, he says, turning to face you. Let us old friends get back to it. He guides Rabia away, leaving you standing alone. You look to Rabia, but she is deep in conversation, and so, stunned and confused, you leave. What the heck is happening? What? Expose Yannick. Okay. If Sabine is right, Yannick has been working with SNR behind Yadagon's back. Time to find out the truth. Gain Yannick's trust. Oh. Okay. How is Bliss doing? Bliss still needs time. Okay. All right. I guess we try that then. Yannick, we're here. Let us earn your trust. Oh, we can get energy from this. Okay, very neat. Let's try. Nice. All right. Well, that was one sequence. One cycle. Sorry. Curious to see what we found. You almost laugh when you see it. The same small recorder, stuck to a different wall this time. Written across the fluorescent tape is that familiar word, sleeper. You grab it quickly. That's from Sabine. Rabia says sorry. Sabine's voice sparks up once again. She said she didn't have time to brief you before setting you up with the old man. Excuse me. I'm sure you've got the play by now. Earn his trust, work the block, then we need you to get into his office. A pause. It's risky, but obviously, you're the only one of us he doesn't already know. Either way, we need to locate the link to SNR. You hear a shout in the background of the recording. Rabia says, be careful. Sabine continues. The data suggests there's some relay processing the implant data and sending it to SNR, but we can't lock down its position. Either he's moving it, or it's moving itself, or it is rerouting through other relays. We can't understand it. Maybe you can find some details on it in his office. Once he trusts you, you should be able to get close enough to get in the office. You'll only get one shot. The recording creaks and whines. That's the final piece of the puzzle to end this. A pause. Good luck, sleeper. I'm sorry too. Be safe. The recording clicks off, leaving you in silence. You pocket the recorder, just in case, and walk away. looks like it is up to you. Yannick's office. So either way, relay is located. Interesting. I mean, I wouldn't want to go in without a 6, let's be honest. Yannick has asked you to collect his medicine from his office. Now is the only chance to find that SNR relay. That's a 2. All right, forget it. Not doing that today. We should find a way to feed ourselves with the 2. We could go sunbathing, I guess. Let's go sunbathing. At home? Where's home? Here's home. No, that's not home. Home is here. We feed the stray. That never changes. Let's go sunbathe. Probably 2, right? Yeah, good. And then we could do a quick self-repair so we get 5 actions. All right. I think we should end the day here. I mean, end the stream here. So that next week we have a lot of things to do. Right. Next week we can, search the office for Yannick, hopefully close that one once and for all. We could finish up the conversation with Ankita and what's his face up north, Bliss. So I think next week we'll probably be wrapping a lot of this up. And then maybe we'll only need one more stream after that for the DLC, potentially. Let's see. But I think if I leave here, it should save, right? Yeah, it should save. Perfect. Let me see who we can raid out to. Oh, Lenya's streaming. Let's raid out to Lenya. I don't get to raid her often, so let's do that. All right. Thank you all, as always, for stopping by. I hope you have fun. I mean, this is always a super relaxing, maybe today is less so relaxing, but this is a very therapeutic game for me to play. It's a lot of reading, very introspective at times, and really tugs at your heartstrings. Heartstrings, I can say that word. Tomorrow we will be back with Steins Gate. It is going to be in the morning because I have tomorrow off, so we can spend a little bit more time than usual with it. And then that's it. Take care. Yeah, it's just, I've been going, I started earlier today, I guess. But yeah, have a wonderful week, Water. Get some rest, take it easy, and take care until next time, all right? It's good to see you, as always, I'm always happy to have you stopping by. I appreciate it. All right. Until then, have a good one. Bye.